Hey, Ronnie. Good to see you again. Yeah. Yeah, we're still debating, right? Yep, we will be. We can get set up. That's the whole one. Then everybody. Exactly. I didn't want to. Yeah. Oh, that people there? What would they do there? Is it good? Yeah. Looking forward to it. Hello. Are you not? Sorry. Got it. Yeah, on Christmas. Oh, there's Colin.
We're just looking for the rest of the
Yes.
Okay.
you know,
They were all.
I'm fun of the free texture meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, the stuff was in the van kind of got put into different places, so it's hiding it. And stuff.
Yeah, I got it help number.
Oh, I'm not going.
That's right. Yeah. No, I'm talking about that.
Turn around.
Oh, Lord, Robert.
Hello?
Hey, Robert, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, guys, the sound isn't working here. We got someone on.
Okay. Let me know when you can hear me.
Check. Robert, can you hear me?
Now I can't hear you as well now. You're echoing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Echo.
You sound like Twilight Zone. There's major.
So his sound from the his sound. The guy.
I'll call you on the phone.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk. Robert, say
Your sound echoes like.
talking right now, but we can't hear him because I turned my.
Can you hear me now? Yes or no? Now he can't hear me.
It's really a really complicated setup here. It's not a normal. Okay.
Well, can you turn me on and mute your mic?
Just hanging out right there.
Can you hear me?
Robert,
Yes,
hear me now?
I can.
He's.
Can you hear me? What are you doing? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? What are you listening to? Hope. I see. Okay. They're trying to get the sound system to work. Hello? Can you hear me?
That's the right one.
I just heard you.
Hey, Robert, if you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yes,
Slide deck.
I can hear you.
We just can't hear you yet. We're trying to fix the problem in the room here. The problem's on our side. Okay. Robert, will you say something now?
Hello, this is Robert. Can you hear me?
That's when I unmuted this laptop and we can hear him on here now.
Well, I think if you let me speak and don't, and then you can mute me when you speak and so forth.
Robert, which slides are yours in the flash drive?
Just tell me when I should speak.
I'm trying to Robert, which slides are yours here on the flash drive?
It's near the bottom. Scroll down. It's called New World on Mars.
Say again.
Scroll down. New World on Mars. Scroll down. Scroll down. It's called The New World on Mars. It's one of the last charts. Go to the bottom. No, it's not. Scroll up. The New World. New World charts. There it is.
That must be it. Is that it?
Yes. The New World charts. That's it. Click on that. Click on that. Okay, looks like he's on his charts.
Is that the right one? Can you say something?
Hello, this is Robert.
Check.
I hear you with infinite echoes. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
We're trying to kick things off.
We don't have a place to stay. So they said that they could set full refund. They hear the cabin closed or now closed to make full refund. I said if conditions change. Please, there's a fire on.
You can go to the Olympic Peninsula instead of Mount Rainier. How widespread's the fire?
I didn't.
Oh.
Maybe we can just get started. This talk is the next half hour. We can keep working on the audio. Welcome everyone. My name is James Burke. I'm the executive director of the Mars Society. We've been scrambling esteemed founder and president. He's in a breakout room right now, and he's be available to sign books for anyone that wants to. He'll be in the breakout room. It's on this floor, near the stairs. But he's going to give his talk. And so I'm going to go ahead and the time already. So Robert. Go ahead.
Okay, hello, and I have to apologize for speaking to you remotely. I tested positive for COVID this morning. I have a mild case, but if you want to risk talking to me, I'm right here in the building in a breakout room, room 214. And I'll also have books that I can sign and sell to you as well. But the so in the time left to me, okay, I want to talk about the human future on Mars. It will soon be possible for humans to go to Mars, and so the real question is, what will be able to do when we get there? Next chart. Next chart, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so what we have right now is it has now pretty much been proven that reusable launch vehicles are possible, and we'll probably see the SpaceX Starship operational by the end of this year. And as soon as it is proven, there will be emulators. I know right now of 5 companies in China that are funded to create knockoffs of the Falcon 9. If Starship is successful, there'll be 5 companies in China that will be funded to create knockoffs of it, as well, of course, many competitors in the free world. And so reusable rockets are going to become a thing. And what many people have not realized, but I'll just say it, is that this is also going to make used rockets a thing. And that hasn't been possible until now. And as you know, you can buy a used car typically, well, in many cases for as low as 1/10 the cost of a new car of a comparable type. And this will become the case with rockets as well. And Elon Musk told me a couple of years ago that he could build the Starship, that is the upper stage here, the part that would actually go to Mars, for $10 million, which means that either he or one of the many copycats that will arrive on the scene would probably be willing to sell them for 20 new, and which means sooner or later they'll be available for, 4 used. And Starship that could transport 100 people to Mars, if it could be picked up used for $4 million, divide 4 million by 100 people is $40,000 a person, which is considerably more than I've ever paid for an airplane ticket. But but as a price, if for people who are willing to take a chance to completely change their lives and make a new start on a new world, they could buy such a thing and go. So I believe that people will go to Mars in significant numbers in this century. And I think actually the event of Starship will make it possible for people to go in limited numbers on government-funded expeditions within a decade. But now I'm talking about settlements. It's going to take a bit longer, but this is going to be the reality. So the thing is this, next chart. Next chart, please. Thank you. The real question is, what will we create on Mars? And everything is possible. And I've written a book on this subject called The New World on Mars. And the issue here is not for me or anyone else alive today to try to prescribe an ideal society for Mars, because the people who go to Mars will make their own societies. And I predict, however, that there will be diverse groups that go to Mars with very, very different ideas as what the ideal society might be. Some might go for a social democratic ideal. Some might go for a libertarian ideal. Some societies might be very conservative, others very liberal. And what is going to determine what actually emerges on Mars? Well, natural selection. And in particular, this is, while many different social experiments might occur on Mars, the ones that outgrow the rest are the ones that will obviously prevail as the dominant form of human civilization on Mars. And this will be those that attract the most immigrants. And this is why I believe, first and foremost, that the dominant form of human civilization that emerges on Mars will be free. Okay, that is, it's a common trope in science fiction to have extraterrestrial tyrannies in grunge-type conditions. This works great in fiction. If you have a tyranny, you can have the revolution, and you're off to the races in terms of your plot. But while extraterrestrial tyrannies are possible, they are going to wilt on the vine because no one would want to emigrate to one. So the societies on Mars are going to be free. And next chart. Next chart. Okay, next chart. Next chart. They're also going to be free for another reason, which is that they're going to have to survive, to succeed, they're going to have to be inventive. Martian colonies are going to be in a frontier environment that's going to require invention. And I believe that this necessity will also make invention literally their forte. And they're going to have to invent in many areas, in areas relating to energy, in areas relating to food production, in areas relating to artificial intelligence, because these will all be critical areas. I mean, Mars doesn't have fossil fuels, and solar power is weak, and wind power is weak, and hydroelectric won't be available until after the planet is terraformed, at which point it'll be plentiful. But no, it's going to have to be nuclear, and they're going to want to develop new forms of nuclear power, breeder reactors, fusion reactors. I mean, there's been some interest in these things on Earth, but they haven't been really driven because there isn't that driver of necessity. Mars is going to have a severe labor shortage, both in numbers and in diversity of skills. And so they definitely want to go for labor-saving devices, which include conventional automation and robotics, but also artificial intelligence, which can greatly expand the amount of skills. That if you have 50,000 people, if everyone can do anything, then really you have the capabilities of a workforce much larger than 50,000 people. Food production, etc. Now, the comparison I make here is to early America, which became in the free states, North. We'll talk a little bit more about this later. It was an attractor for talent because it was free, and it was a fountain of invention because, well, it was free and it was a frontier society faced with the necessity of invention. And so, for instance, what you see here in the upper left is the first steamboat, the Clermont, and the sensation that it caused. Actually, this was the first successful steamboat. The first steamboat period was the Perseverance, which was demonstrated to the Constitutional Convention in 1787. This is a couple of decades later. It's the first successful steamboat. It was funded by Robert Livingston, who's the person who negotiated the Louisiana Purchase. And the Livingstons had major land assets in the West, what we would now call the Midwest, and they had to reach it. And the only real highways early America had were the rivers. Sailboats have a hard time on rivers, although early Americans actually did make innovations in sailboats as well. Both the schooner and the sloop rig were invented by American colonists. But the steamboat's decisive. The British had invented the steam engine, and they were using it already to pump water out of coal mines. But if you're using a steam engine to pump water out of coal mines, it doesn't have to be terribly efficient. You have an infinite supply of fuel right there. It doesn't have to be portable. It can be as heavy as you like, etc. If you want to use a steam engine to power a steamboat, it's got to be, compared to the mine pumper, relatively compact and relatively efficient because you're carrying your fuel with you. And so they invented the high pressure steam engine, which was much more efficient than the first steam engines, and enabled steamboats and then railroads, which are the transformative invention of the 19th century. In the same way, Mars, okay, deuterium is 5 times as common on Mars as is on Earth, and there is no fossil fuels. So what's the answer here? Fusion power. And I believe that the Martians will bring fusion power home. And even if fusion power is first developed on Earth, as I think it will be before they're actually Martian colonists, the Martians are going to take it to the next level. They're going to become the virtuosos of fusion power. And in addition to producing things like electricity, you can do other things with fusion power, like drive fusion rockets, which could have exhaust velocities as high as 7% the speed of light. And so just as those steam engines developed first for mines in the old world, then for steamboats in the new world, and then railroads become transformative in terms of opening up continents to settlement. So fusion power, probably invented first on Earth, and we're going to have some speakers here at this conference about that, because there's a lot of innovation in this area going on right here in the Seattle area. I think the Martians will take it all the way. Next chart. And the other thing I want to say about this, about the culture of invention, is that inventions will be probably one of Mars's major exports. That is, you can license these inventions made on Mars for use on Earth and thus generate income. And I think exporting IP will be one of Mars's major inventions, major export products. Another major export products will be logistical support for asteroid mining. It is about 100 times easier to transport things from the surface of Mars to the asteroid belt as it is from Earth. And in fact, a starship in low Earth orbit, fully fueled, could not deliver anything to Ceres, whereas one in low Mars orbit could deliver 200 tons. And you see, the way you make money off of a gold rush is not by mining gold, it's by supplying blue jeans and shovels to gold miners. And I mean, look, this is why Seattle is here. This was the port to the Yukon gold rush, San Francisco to the 49ers before it. And Mars will serve in the same capacity. Next chart. And of course, real estate development. Once you have Mars cities, they'll be able to develop the land around them into places that are worth something, because they will be supported with utilities and water and electricity and transportation. And that's what turns worthless land into valuable land. And some of the plays on these possibilities will be false, as they were, for instance, in the American West, but others will be true. In other words, somebody tells you this is where the railroad's going to come through, or in this case, you can see this is where the future beachfront property is going to be after the planet is terraformed. Some of these claims will be false and people will lose money. Others will be true. But in any case, the money will move and land will be developed. Next chart. Okay. Once again, Martian cities are in a competition for immigrants, and so they will need to be beautiful. They cannot be grunge, and this is particularly true to attract female immigrants. The reason why we're having this conference in English right now, as opposed to French, is because the British colonies in North America built communities with churches and schools and everything else. And so British women were willing to emigrate to the North American colonies, whereas the French colonies were run as for-profit fur trading posts. And as a result, British women were willing to emigrate to North America. French were not. And despite the fact then that France had 4 times the population of England in this time period, English, by 1750, when the contest between the two powers came to its decisive phase, there were 2 million English-speaking people in North America and 50,000 French. And that's why I'm talking to you in French. Not talking to you in French, talking to you in English today, which is fortunate because my English is much better than my French. Next chart.
You got to.
Okay, there's a lot of ways you could design these cities. Discuss it somewhat in the book. I don't have time to go for it here. Next chart. Martian cities will have a great need for social solidarity because they are in a hostile environment, and there will have to be a way they are brought together. and I will think it will be the melting pot. Next chart. Next chart. I don't have that much time. I want to get to the key point here. Next chart. Okay. As I mentioned, Martian cities will need to be free, and they to attract immigrants and also to invent. Next chart. And I believe the Martians, confronted with the need to transform their planet in a positive way, will be contemplating the possibility of terraforming Mars as a serious about, and then eventually to do right from the start. And once you start thinking about this, once you start thinking about humans as transforming a planet to turn a dead planet into a living planet, you're actually transforming your view of man. And this is very important because in recent decades, an ideology has been spread that humanity is vermin, that humanity is a curse upon the cosmos, that we are destroyers of a previously perfect nature. Okay, now, and we have damaged nature in some instances, and in other places we've improved it. And it's hard to sort that out on Earth, but on Mars, it'll be very easy to sort out. Because if you can bring a dead world to life, just as it is horrific to think of taking a living world and turning it into a dead one, it is miraculous and wonderful to think of turning a dead one into a living one. Okay, and people will transform Mars, and when they do it, or as it becomes clear that the possibility is there, no one will be able to look upon this project and not feel prouder to be human. Okay, and this once again goes to the ideology that dominates human society, okay, because there's a war of ideas going on. If it is accepted that humans are vermin, okay, then you don't give freedom to vermin, okay? Rather, under those conditions, the role of government must be to constrain, to restrict, suppress human numbers, activities, and liberties, okay? And all other people are fundamentally your enemy, okay, because they are out there destroying the world. It'd be better if they didn't exist. Whereas if we understand humans as a positive force, okay, then all other nations are potentially at least your friend, all other people are. And the role of government must be to not suppress human liberty, but to protect it at all cost. Okay, so ideas have consequences. And the idea of humanity as a positive force has positive consequences, just as the idea of humanity as a negative force has extremely negative consequences. Next chart. Okay, and now, here's the thing. I believe the dominant Martian colonies will turn out to be free, but it's not necessarily true that all Martian colonies will be free. The founders of America said we were running a noble experiment, but in fact, we ran 2 experiments in America, and one was not really noble at all, okay, because while we had democratic forms all over the United States from its beginning, the content of those forms in terms of the form of society that they helped implement was very different in the North and the South. The predominant challenge facing early America was a severe labor shortage. And in the North, they attempted to deal with that through gadgeteering, labor-saving machinery. This becomes an American trope. And labor-saving machinery is really labor productivity multiplying machinery. And so, and if you can multiply the amount of product produced per person, since the average amount of product available per person on average is the same as the average produced per person, you are increasing the living standard, and you create, well, higher pay and a land of opportunity. But in the South, they attempted to deal with the labor shortage in a very different way, through slavery. And thus you actually had 2 societies in contention in early America, the free North and the slave South. And okay, by the way, this is a painting that should be familiar to most people. This is the surrender of the slave owners at Appomattox Courthouse, April 9th, 1865. Okay, now if the North won, right? Why the North win? You ask any Civil War buff why the North won the Civil War, and they'll tell you it's because it had a larger population and more industry. But why did it have a larger population and more industry? Because it was free. Because therefore it attracted immigrants and all the talent that the immigrants brought with them. So it had more industry as well. The Union Army was 40% immigrants or first generation Americans, Confederate 3%. Okay, so this is what decided the issue. Now, the world today is a house divided as well. It is half slave and half free. And which will successfully colonize Mars? I would not be at all surprised, given the chaos currently exists in NASA, that the first people to walk on Mars will be Chinese. That it will unquestionably be the case unless NASA gets its act together, if it develops a plan and implements the plan. And one of the things the Mars Society is going to be doing in the current period is agitating for that Congress insists that NASA have a plan and move according to that plan to get humans to Mars in a reasonable time. But even if they fail doing that, I believe people from the free world will eventually go to Mars, and their colonies will outgrow those from the unfree world. And so Mars will be free for the same reason that America is now free, okay? Because people like freedom, and they will go to where they can be free. Next chart. This chart, yes. Now, people sometimes talk about, there's a book out, several books out actually right now, warning against the human settlement to space, because once we can go to space, there'll be a place there that it will incite conflict and so forth. Now, the fact of the matter is the potential for conflict between the free world and the unfree world right now has nothing to do with who's going to get the lunar craters with the ice or any of this. The potential for conflict lies in the fact that there are people who are running countries on Earth who need conflict, who need war. It is tyrants who need war, okay? Because the fundamental justification for tyranny, the argument justifying tyranny, is that tyranny is necessary because war is inevitable and we must be united. We cannot have dissent, and so we must have tyranny. And why is war inevitable, according to these people? Because resources are limited, okay, and therefore nations must inevitably come into conflict with each other. And if you look at the mouthings of the various tyrants, they make it clear that this is their case. If, for instance, you take Hitler, who said he said the idea of perpetual prosperity through science is a Jewish plot to undermine the people's belief in the necessity for war. Now, it's not a Jewish plot, but it does undermine people's belief in the necessity for war. And the necessity for war is therefore the necessity for people like him. So how do we undermine people's belief in the necessity for war? There's the potential for war right now, not because there are limited resources. There are not limited resources, even on Earth. And you can see this if you look at this chart here, that as the population of the world has gone up, the standard of living has gone up, not down, because people are not in competition for scarce resources. It's people that create resources, okay? And the resources of the world have radically expanded as new technologies have come into existence, and it is people who create those new technologies. And those new technologies are cumulative, and so forth. So it's the thesis that they're arguing is completely counterfactual. But nevertheless, they promote it, and they promote intellectuals who promote it because this is necessary to justify their existence. So we have to de-justify their existence. We have to de-justify the thesis that war is necessary. We have to de-justify the thesis that resources are limited. And while, as I say, I do not believe that the resources, even of the Earth alone, are limited. But to argue that to most people, it's like trying to convince a mathematically illiterate person that a line segment that is 1 inch long can have an infinite number of points in it. It seems to that person self-evident that something that's 1 inch long cannot have an infinite number of points in it. But nevertheless, even the most uneducated person could readily believe that a line that actually extends linearly, infinitely in both directions, that certainly has an infinite number of places on it. And thus it is by transforming Mars, by taking a dead planet and turning it into a living one, by creating new societies where none yet exist, new cultures, adding their power of invention to the human race as a whole, we will undermine this thesis. We will undermine the necessity for the argument that war is necessary, that as Hitler saying, endless killing is inevitable so that the better may live. No, it's not. Okay, we don't need war. Okay, and we can prove it by showing that the resources are to humanity are infinite if we act on our better natures. And this is what we will do. Okay, it is true that the war is still possible. Okay, but if it is, then the free societies on Mars will add their heft to the side of freedom on Earth, just as the free society in the New World added its heft to the side for freedom in the Old World. Okay, in World War II and today, but hopefully we can make this conflict unnecessary altogether. Okay, so next chart. Okay, and that is why the cause of Mars is the call of all nations. It's the cause of all nations. Okay, I'm giving a talk here right now. Yeah. We do. There's some janitorial people here that say we have to leave the room. Okay, anyway, I don't know if there's time for questions. There probably is not, but I am available, I believe, in room 214 for anyone who would like to come here and speak to me. Thank you very much for listening.
We have time for maybe one question here. Anyone have a question? Okay, I think we'll leave it there, Robert. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. If you could send someone over here because they're trying to throw us out of the room.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, come on over. So next I'm going to introduce Ashton Zeth, who is our MC for the event. And continuing with our theme of people having medical issues, she has broken her ankle. So pinky toe, that's right. And then Dr. Worden, do you have your slides? Or are they in the Dropbox? Okay, let me pull them up for you then.
Okay.
But Ashton, welcome.
Thank you.
This is both of our hometowns, Seattle, Washington. We're glad that
Please do.
For the 27th year, for the first time in 27 years. There it is.
You were rude too. You don't have to be. They're just the cleaners.
Yeah, so they didn't have to slow down.
So that was taken.
All right.
But you don't have to.
Let me just make sure that this is shared on the live stream there. I'm going to drop Robert off the call too. Thank you, Robert. All right, so I'm going to present that, and then I'm going to share that. All right, I think we are all set then. Close up these other ones. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I promise the scooter makes this injury look a lot worse than it is. It's just my pinky toe, but I got to stay off of it. So if you see me rolling around, just say hi. Well, next up, we have retired Brigadier General Dr. Pete Worden, who is a prominent figure in space science and exploration, currently serving as the chairman of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation and executive director of its breakthrough initiatives, which focus on searching for extraterrestrial intelligence. Previously, he was director of NASA Ames Research Center and has held various roles within the United States Air Force. With over 150 scientific papers to his name and a background that includes a PhD in astronomy from the University of Arizona, Dr. Worden is a respected authority in the field. He continues to push the boundaries of space exploration, exploring the possibilities of life beyond Earth and advancing the private sector space initiatives. Everybody, welcome Dr. Pete Worden.
Thank you. It's nice to be back addressing the Mars Society. I think it was about 5 years ago that I think it was in Denver where I first addressed the Mars Society. I too am medically challenged, but just by old age. So, again, it's really great to be here. It's great to be back in Seattle. One of the key things I want to talk about today is not just our foundation's efforts, but also the general question of life in the universe, and maybe follow on a little bit of what Dr. Zubrin's discussed about life on Mars. But I'd like to start with my sort of ultimate inspiration, which is Arthur C. Clarke. And this is a picture a long time ago. I think it was in 1999 in Sri Lanka. And Clarke was one of my heroes and a key mentor. I was privileged to get to know him early on online. I learned how to use the internet mostly to talk to him. But I had the privilege of meeting him in Sri Lanka and spending a few weeks there in the late 90s. But one of the things he has done is really inspire, I think, humanity with the idea that we have an unlimited future in space. And he also wrote a lot about key questions of intelligent life and life elsewhere. And I have one of his key quotes, which I think is really cool. He says there's two possibilities that exist. Either we're alone in the universe or we're not. And both are equally terrifying. So I think this is really probably kind of a key idea that the Mars Society is all about, that whether we're alone or not, we are alive, and we have a responsibility and an opportunity to expand, I think, initially into our solar system and then beyond. And I'll talk a little bit about what our foundation is doing. We started the Breakthrough Initiatives in 2015, and it grew out of the Breakthrough Prize Foundation. I won't say a lot about the Breakthrough Prize Foundation, but other than saying that we give the world's largest prizes in science. There's 7 $3 million US prizes for fundamental physics, mathematics, and life sciences. I should mention this is about 3 times the size of some Swedish prize I'm not going to talk about anymore. These prizes are given annually at what we kind of call the Oscars of Science. The first time you'll see, college professors in tuxes, but it's a pretty cool ceremony. But in 2015, the founder of the Breakthrough Prizes, Yuri Milner, said, look, I want to not just reward science to encourage the next generation, but do science. So he started the Breakthrough Initiatives, which were designed to address the questions of life in the universe. And there are 3 key questions, and I'm only going to talk about 2 of them today. The largest program I'm not going to talk about, it's the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. We've now call it technosignatures. This is a program funded at close to 150 million over 15 years. It has just been moved, its headquarters from the University of California at Berkeley to Oxford University in the UK. We have an annual conference there. The next one will be probably in July of 2025. But one of the key questions of and this is sort of addressed to this group, is where do we go beyond Mars? And a lot of the program is focused on the next nearest star system, the Alpha Centauri star system. So I'm going to kind of talk about, you know, if people laugh at you're talking about going to Mars, they really begin to question that we're going to go to Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri, I think, is much more interesting than our solar system. There's 3 stars there, not just one boring star. 2 of them are about the size of the sun. They orbit around each other every 80 years. The 3rd one is a red dwarf star that's pretty far away. It has a several 100,000-year orbit at many thousands of astronomical units, but it's a red dwarf star. The interesting thing about the red dwarf star is that it's one of the most common stars in the galaxy. 70% are red dwarfs. But it's sort of statistically interesting that 2 of the 3 most nearest stars are actually solar type. Solar type stars are a little more rare in the galaxy. So we're very interested in studying these. And when we started, there were no planets known in the Alpha Centauri system. In fact, there were people that claim that planets don't form in binary star systems. And like a lot of things astronomers claim, it was rubbish. We started a program in 2016 called Breakthrough Watch. In 2016, right after we announced this, the European Southern Observatory announced the detection of 2 planets orbiting Proxima Centauri, the red dwarf star, one of which seemed to be Earth-size in the habitable zone, which was really cool. They were nice enough to invite me to the press conference. When they announced this, we were nice enough to give them $5 million. You can always buy your way into a press conference. But we started a major program to study this system. A few years later, using the European Southern Observatory's extremely large telescope, or very large telescope, we detected tentatively a giant planet orbiting in the habitable zone of Alpha Centauri A. Those of you who are science fiction geeks like me will recognize that's the scenario in Avatar. So we're continuing to try to validate that. This is an artist's conception of the picture of what it looks like on the planetary surface. Now, I showed this to the billionaire that funds us, and he said, well, we don't need to go there now if we know what it looks like. So be careful what you show billionaires. Anyway, we have no idea what the planet looks like. But I will tell you, about 4 years ago, our other program, the Breakthrough Listen program, tentatively detected a technosignature, what appeared to be from this star system. Now, we're now convinced that it was interference, but I was really excited. When the principal investigator called me, I drank a whole bottle of champagne and was about to start on the second one. And he called me back and said, well, look, it's probably a interference, which we concluded it really was, but very interesting star system. As I said, we use the very large telescope in Chile to find this tentative giant planet orbiting Alpha Centauri A. We now have a number of programs I'm not going to go into to confirm the presence of that giant planet and begin to see if we can find maybe Earth-sized planets. Now, I have a kind of a note here I have to note about astronomers naming telescopes. As I said, this is the Very Large Telescope, VLT. They're building a new one called the Extremely Large Telescope, which is like 39 meters in diameter. And kid you not, the initial name for this, because it was going to be 80 meters, was called the Overwhelmingly Large Telescope. So if you're better at naming, come and see the astronomers. One of the telescopes we're using is called the Large Binocular Telescope, the LBT. So again, I'm embarrassed that we can't think of cooler names, some Greek god or something. And again, as I said, the neat thing about this came from Avatar, that the scenario that is in Avatar is there's a giant planet orbiting in the habitable zone of Alpha Centauri A, and it has a moon that is not only habitable but inhabited. So it's kind of a neat scenario. Because of this, our sponsor got in touch with James Cameron in the hopes of him putting money into it. He didn't put money into it, but he did talk at our annual conference. The other program we had, which we put on hold, but it'll probably get restarted, is Breakthrough Starshot. Can we send a probe interstellar distances to actually fly by these planets and see what's there. The idea was these are laser-driven light sails. The spacecraft is a few grams. It's driven by 100 gigawatt plus laser that's on the ground to 20% light speed. We've made great progress, although we're probably still something that's in the second half of the century. I'm happy to talk more about that later. But let me talk about what we might do here. And this gets into some of the philosophy. This is George Church, who probably a lot of you know, sort of a leading geneticist. We had a conference a few years ago at Harvard, and he suggested, he said, look, you know, just taking pictures of planets in the Alpha Centauri system is interesting, but eventually he believes we have technology on the horizon where we could actually plant life in planets potentially in the Alpha Centauri system and others using some of this technology. Now, this is a big ethical question, and I'm going to talk a little more about this before I finish, is what if there's life there already? But I think the thing to understand is that, first of all, we don't know where life came from on Earth, although, you know, it probably developed here, but it could have been planted from elsewhere, either through natural processes or even deliberate ones. By the way, I always like this picture of George because it reminds me of the pictures my mother showed me when I was a kid of what God looked like. So you know, George has that right demeanor. Now, there was an issue of astrobiology about a year ago that I was an editor on, and I and two of my colleagues, Paul Davies of Arizona State and Chris McKay of Ames, said, can we figure out how we might do panspermia without, you know, some new technology by putting life on other planets? So we came up with the idea that there are these interstellar asteroids that we've now discovered a couple of. This is an artist's conception of a Oumuamua. They're probably heavily made of ices that we felt, could you build an inoculum, something that's tailored to start to boot up life, implant them deep inside this asteroid so they could survive for hundreds of thousands or millions of years, divert the asteroid slightly so it flies close to, say, the Alpha Centauri star system. And as it gets in that star system, the ice melts as it would as a comet and releases the inoculum. And so this is a way, again, that we could boot up life in places that it might not be. Now, I'd like to kind of close by returning to the solar system. And with some trepidation, I show the picture of this object. And it's probably not one that Mars conference people like to see. This is Venus, Earth's evil twin. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a variety of controversial detection of potential biosignatures in the upper atmosphere of Venus. The interesting thing in the upper atmosphere of Venus is that the temperature and pressure is about what it is in this room, although you happen to be in the middle of you know, pretty pure sulfuric acid clouds. So it's kind of like what the Earth will look like in a few hundred years if we're not careful. But there is evidence of phosphine and more recently ammonia, both things that could be biosignatures but are highly controversial. The only way to figure that out is go there. There's a privately funded mission that the Breakthrough Initiatives has started to fund, as well as now Schmidt Sciences. Most of the effort is Rocket Lab in New Zealand. Hopefully this will go next year and we'll drop a probe into the Venusian atmosphere that can determine whether there's life there or not. My favorite place for life and to look for, as well as to settle, is actually Ceres. That's another point we can argue about why Ceres, other than the fact that it was the headquarters of the Outer Planet Alliance in the expanse. But let me turn now to your favorite object, Mars, and just a few thoughts on Mars, which kind of come from some of the work that we've done on the Breakthrough Initiatives. Of course, one of the ideas is you actually build dome cities. The interesting thing is the UAE is actually putting a lot of money, and they want to, within a century, put a settlement. They're building a prototype in the desert in the United Arab Emirates. So I think this is a serious question again of that how do we get settlement and who's going to pay for it? But as Bob Zubrin mentioned, one of the key questions is where do you go in the long term? And this opens a long-standing discussion and debate, which I think is as controversial as panspermia, is terraforming Mars. Now, I'm not going to go through a lot of the discussions, but there's a variety of ideas, and this has begun to be very seriously looked at. In the last 6 months alone, there were 2 major workshops. One was in Pasadena a few months ago about terraforming Mars. Another one was a astrobiology, synthetic biology conference at Harvard University about a month and a half ago. And these are sort of looking at varieties of ways that you could warm up the planet, potentially releasing the carbon dioxide and actually forcing a runaway greenhouse effect that would warm the planet. Another way that's been suggested is using what we used to call when I was in the military, physics packages, big ones. The trouble is, if you look at the calculations, how many physics packages you need, it becomes a ridiculously large number that's much larger than the global arsenals, and it probably isn't a reasonable way to do it. But again, there's the thoughts that you would melt the polar caps with physics packages. One of the things that I find quite interesting is the idea of locally terraforming things. And again, I'm not going to go into a lot of discussion, but there was a major experiment, which some count as a big success and some count as a big failure, in Arizona, the Biosphere 2, that where you begin to sort of, can you create a local environment for Earth life? And I think this is a promising effort to really look at. And one of the tools you might use is biology, particularly synthetic biology, where you can tailor Earth life that not only can survive in these environments, but could themselves produce Earth-like environments to terraform. I note this particular paper, which is fairly recent. Robin Wordsworth is the organizer of the conference at Harvard a few months ago. And so his point is you could do this at micro scales, that you actually create a solid state greenhouse effect with pockets of warming under CO2 infused Martian ice, using various biology and synthetic biology elements. At this conference we had in Pasadena, one of the ideas is said, can we take life forms on Earth that already do some of the things you're interested in? This is and I'm not a, since I can't name telescopes very well, I certainly can't pronounce the names of these phytoplankton. I think it's a coccolithospore. But this is a plankton that actually builds little calcium shells. But one of the ideas is we could probably modify these so that the shell actually is a light focusing element that focus energy and heat, that you could create things that might live on Mars. Already there's bioleaching for mining on the Earth of platinum group metals and others. There's a number of efforts looking at, can we use bioleaching on the Moon and Mars to extract elements so you don't need to have complicated processes on Earth. This is one I think you're going to see a lot of effort on. The potential of actually tailoring biology to allow you to live on another world, I think, is a major effort. When I was the director of NASA Ames, we started a NASA effort in synthetic biology, which looks quite promising. And I think this is one that there's a variety of groups that are very interested in this, including the German equivalent of DARPA, Sprint, which is going to have a conference here later this year on the use of synthetic biology and mining, both on Earth and in space. Now, I'm going to close with just one question here about what if there's life on Mars, which I suspect there is. I love this picture. It said something else at first, but it was a little politically incorrect. But there's an idea that I just like to leave with you, that, and this may be complete rubbish, but the origin on life on Earth, that complex organisms are what are called eukaryotes. And eukaryotes are what we're made of. And inside every eukaryote is are organelles that these are like the photosynthetic organisms, but they were actually believed to be separate organisms. So sometime, roughly 1 billion years ago, the Earth was inhabited by two kinds of microbes. They're both called prokaryotes. They're very simple genomes that was bacteria and archaea. And at some point, archaea supposedly sort of engulfed and created a symbiosis. So one of the questions that I want to leave with you is, supposing there's some sort of life form on Mars, perhaps we can artificially create the equivalent of eukaryotes, where you can create organelles that are inside Earth cells that are more have evolved for billions of years to be attuned to the Martian environment, or you can synthetically do them. Well, let me stop there, and I'm happy to answer a few questions. I don't know if we've got a few minutes or not, but these are just thoughts from somebody who's looking for life in the universe. Thank you.
Maybe too detailed a question, but when you mentioned bioleaching, I was thinking of the perchlorates and Mars surface,
Yep.
which are rather problematic from the aspects. Do you know if any studies have been done whether bioleaching might help remove those so one can get growing soil that's not toxic?
It's an area we talked about, the idea of using, I mean, there are archaea on Earth that are in places like the Atacama Desert that actually metabolize using a chlorine cycle, including perchlorates. I mean, those areas like that, there's actually a higher percentage of perchlorates than nitrates. So there's already organisms on Earth that can metabolize those. So I think there's a lot of promise in the idea of deperchlorating some of the Martian regolith. One of my big criticisms of the movie The Martian is they're growing potatoes in perchlorate-rich soil. Perchlorates are highly toxic to most human life. So I think using biological ways is actually a very great promise. One of the things I mentioned, that if there was Martian life there, obviously it's probably uses, cycled or could use those cycles. That's why you might be able to create a hybrid cell. So I think that's a very promising effort. I don't know of any specific studies that look at it, but it's an area I know that at least at some of these meetings over beers we talk about. But it's a great idea. Yeah.
Thanks, General. Oh, hi. So just my little thoughts on trying to catch the interstellar visitor.
Yeah.
Is that worth prioritizing versus maybe being prepared, better prepared for the next one in hopes that could happen?
Well, the question of these interstellar asteroids, I mean, there are now systems that can detect those. The best one will be the new the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, the Rubin telescope. So we ought to be able to find quite a few of them. And when we know of 2 or 3 bigger ones, we also, it appears that there were 2 small sort of, meteorite events that are interstellar. One of them, Professor Avi Loeb went out and picked up a bunch of modules on the bottom of the ocean, which probably were from those asteroids. I mean, he carries it a little further and says, "Oh, it's alien starship metal." Maybe that would be low on my likelihood list, but it's still a possibility. So I think that, especially with the Rubin telescope, we should be able to find a lot of these things. The idea that you would find one that was kind of in the right direction, that was an icy body, and then you could push it slightly through various means, like using a physics package. But I think one of the key things, we need to have a lot of discussion about the ethics of these things. And it raises the issue: was our life here on Earth planted? Is it appropriate to do that elsewhere? And I think that goes back to the first thing, the question that Arthur C. Clarke posed is, if we really think we're alone, then maybe we have a responsibility to the universe that produced us to spread. I think one of the other philosophical questions is, Schrödinger talked about what is life. It's still the best book ever written in 1944, and he suggested that life is the universe's answer to entropy, but he recanted that later. But I think that these whole questions, that this is something that this century we can do. We should figure out, should we do it and how we do it. But
What are your thoughts on TRAPPIST?
The TRAPPIST system.
TRAPPIST. TRAPPIST system, for those of you that is a system that has, I think, 5 terrestrial-sized planets, 1 or 2 in the habitable zone. This is this is an interesting question. It's a red dwarf star, and there have been a number of observations made on them, including with the James Webb, that show that at least one of the terrestrial-sized planets in the habitable zone doesn't appear to have an atmosphere. And one of the key questions on this, and this is we could spend about an hour and a half on this, is that red dwarf stars most of them are active. They have flares and things. And a planet in the habitable zone has a period of 5-10 days. It's pretty close to the star, a few million kilometers by, a couple 100 million kilometers. And the flares on these red dwarf stars are the same size as solar flares. And they can be, 1 million times more energy than the star. The question is, will these sweep away the atmosphere? And after billions of years, right now, the only observations we have tend to suggest yes. However, there's a number of ways to stabilize that. One of them is if there's a strong magnetic field on the planet, it can, just like the Earth's magnetic field protects it. The other thing, in some cases, look at Venus. Venus would certainly benefit from sweeping 98% of the atmosphere away, if from at least a terrestrial or a human perspective. So I think the jury is still out on whether these things could have Earth-type life and so on. For that reason, at least initially, we're trying to focus on solar-type stars, of which there's about a dozen within a few parsecs. Although there's about 30 red dwarf stars, so that's a very interesting open question. I think TRAPPIST is probably uninhabited by life as we know it, but that doesn't mean there can't be something else that arises.
Since you worked at NASA for a while, I was wondering what your thoughts were on NASA's plans with respect to the moon and Mars, and specifically human exploration of the moon and Mars.
That's another interesting question. I'm sort of known or despised, depending on your view, is I made a statement about 30 years ago that NASA was a self-licking ice cream cone. And I guess I get credit for inventing that. It was actually my father's World War II term. But my point was that NASA seemed to be a circular process that was self-justifying and didn't really want to do new things. One reason I went to work for NASA is Mike Griffin, who was one of my best friends when he became administrator. And he said, stop criticizing, come help us fix it. And I think that, the current NASA is not your grandparents' NASA. There's still some problems, but to my mind, what they're looking at, trying to use the private sector, to me, one of the most promising things is the CLPS, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, that they have yet to be fully successful. But this is to allow you to commercially put for 100 million or so, reasonable payload on the lunar surface. One of the things my foundation is looking at is putting a radio telescope on the far side of the moon, a small one that you could survey the whole sky because it's not interfered with by terrestrial sources, to look for alien technosignatures. So I think NASA is now kind of part of the solution, not part of the problem. And so I have mostly nice things to say about them, but not all. But I think it's very promising. So the things that what this group wants to do, NASA's going to help.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can look at the sound now. So we're going to take a little 2-minute interlude to try to improve the sound for the next one. Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yep.
We're gonna try to fix the sound in the room here. It's been a little crazy this morning. I can't hear you guys, Mason and Tasha.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 3.
Sounds like I think you're coming through on the Zoom, just not in the room here.
Oh no.
Work on that. So stand by for 2 minutes.
Hi, Rhett.
Hi, Rhett.
I can hear you guys.
Great. Okay.
Oh, we got you too.
How have you been?
Sometimes you can say something now. Sound check, guys. Can you say something?
Hi, can you hear us?
Good morning, Seattle. Anything?
Testing. Well, we can just be on the screen and let everyone in person just do the talking. We know each other well enough to handle that.
Hey, Ilaria.
Hello.
We're still getting the sound in the room here figured out. It's been a fun morning. Robert also has COVID. We had to do his talk from a break room.
Oh, interesting.
If you guys could keep talking to each other, that would help us troubleshoot.
Oh, yep, sure.
Okay.
Hey, Ilaria, how's the future?
What's up, guys? Are you in a sauna right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look sauna-ish.
Yeah, it does. I'm great, by the way. Good time in Europe. Very warm. It's gonna be the warmest weekend ever for Europe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Raining right here, right now.
Yeah.
We're going to celebrate climate change.
Climate change.
Yeah, I just saw that it was raining in Devon again. I was like, wow.
Wow.
Crazy amount of rain. That's wild.
Yeah, to go from like no rain a couple years ago to like frequent rain is kind of scary.
Very scary.
Yeah, it is. Yes. I was checking the presentation. I'm really happy with the presentation, to see all the picture, even the choice of the pictures. It's really nice.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing it because I've just been absolutely consumed with writing this bid. So I've just trusted you guys. Sorry for not wearing my part of that.
Yeah, same, Natasha. I'm doing my day job and I miss all this.
You know, oh, sorry, notifications popping up on our screen.
I mean, as long as your day job's nice and calm, I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, see what he did there?
Jeremiah. Sure hope you do.
I look forward to see the other guys.
I know.
I mean, worst comes to worst, happy to just be pretty patient in the background while they do all the talking.
You can nod.
There's no rocket satellites.
There is a lot of noises.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure if ourselves. Maybe the other can just speak and go through, because it's nice remotely, but when you're in present, like in person, hybrid can be like a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Depending on the type of audience. Yeah.
Screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, there were no adverse.
Yeah.
Someone said you might have.
James, sorry, we are ready for the presentation.
Do it without us, James. You're just complicated.
Harry, the firewolves just to go without us. We'll just be in the
The things that they're what difference is
Yeah, I think it's let me.
You can make faces at Tiffany.
Okay, guys, it looks like we have the audio fixed. I'm gonna pull up Terry's slides here.
Sounds great. Yeah, we were just telling the group to go without us, and we'll just nod in the background. But hey, if you got it, let's do it.
All that effort you said.
That's it.
Resolved.
Oh, the very top. Even on a USB?
Oh no.
You can mail it to me. Mail it to this email right there.
Terry! Terry! Where you go, we will follow. All right, guys, gotta step out and restart the generator. Needs fuel. We'll be right back.
Send the one. Copy one.
Carry on. Rhett, 2 ATVs are down.
Blew another breaker.
Yeah, maybe they have too many things plugged into the presentation.
Laptop.
I will go back and take some measurements of the wall.
Yep. Pull Taz in from the incinerator.
The injured to bound.
I didn't share this laptop.
Did it go?
Yeah.
Check your outbox.
Guys, if you want, you can deliver the presentation yourself. Or what you, I mean, talking to the people that are in person there.
We got it.
And yeah, you got it. Okay, great.
We got it.
Got it.
Sound here.
Hey, if we don't move, they might think our screen is frozen.
Where I was switching is I'll tab and then go down. I'll tab down. Yeah. Alt tab down. It's not that one. Alt tab down. And then Alt tab back. She's gonna receive. Oh, sorry.
Appreciation. Well, here we go. Don't they look pretty snazzy? Is that the only way to get a flight suit? Because I think I might need one. All right, I'm ready for MDRS. Well, here we go. Let's hear from the Flashline Crew 16, who are known as the Arctic Wolves, who serve their Mars simulated mission at the Mars Society's Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station on Devon Island in Canada. This international team of 7 conducted critical research and field studies to advance preparations for future Mars missions. The crew equipped the station. They embarked on EVAs, exploring rocky and snowy terrain while adjusting to their spacesuits. Dr. Ilaria Cinelli and her team are at the forefront of preparing humanity for future work on Mars missions. Now, the crew includes Ilaria Cinelli, the commander, Tiffany Schwarmer, who is our health and safety officer, Terry Trevino, executive officer, Natasha Nicholson, chief science officer, Rhett Woods, mission specialist, Mason Robbins, the crew engineer, and Michael Andrews, crew logistics. Everybody, welcome to Flashline Crew.
Thank you. Appreciate everybody being here and apologize for the delays. Thanks very much. I recognize a lot of you from last year. We were in obviously a different venue, but here we are again. And as many of you know, I'm from the Apollo era, but it looks to me like there might be some Redstone era people out here in the crowd. So welcome. Thank you for coming. Many of you may also know that I'm the director now of the Mars Arctic Research Station, also called Flashline at the moment. We would like to change that at some point. Founded in 2000 by Dr. Zubrin and several other people. In fact, I think some of you in the room may have been a part of that original team. So far, 84 mission participants over the 24 years lifespan of the station at the moment, and of course there are dozens of peer-reviewed papers that have come from the Arctic Research Station. So I'm going to try to change the slide. Alt tab down. What was it again, James? Alt shift down. I don't know how to do it. How was it again to change?
Alt tab down.
Alt tab down. Oh, okay.
And then down.
And then Alt tab down.
Just hit the down button, the down arrow for your slide. There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. Tech.
And you want to flip back so everyone can see their pretty faces, right?
And then. Okay, so you did Alt tab to go backwards.
Yeah, I just did Alt tab. Let's get rid of this little from there because that's messing up. Just do. Anyway.
Copy that. Image on the left is a flyover. You can barely see the station just underneath the prop there, and that was as we were initially approaching the station from Resolute. I did just want to show that because just to give you an idea of how absolute desolate it is there. 5 points about the station itself. It's a very austere environment. I think it was new for you folks, so chime in, please, and those guys too. When I say austere, I mean there is not a sign of humanity anywhere, rather barren, and not a tree that's above 2 or 3 inches in height. It was spectacular. As you're there, you just it's astounding to see how lifeless it is. It is on the edge of a crater that is approximately 30+ million years in when it struck the meteor, and it's shocking when you pull a stone over and think, wow, this stone hasn't been turned over for 30 million years. So we don't do that very much there, by the way. The mission strategy. We'd like to get the station back up into kind of bring it to the 2020s and 2030s. So the next goals over these next couple of missions are continue with an expedition that goes in, works on facilities, power, mostly power and water. And then from that point forward, we will just kind of start doing science. And the goal is over these next 2 missions next year, 2025. We have 2 missions, so if there's anybody that's interested, come see James or myself, and happy to visit with you about that. It is ideal for planetary science and research. I haven't seen anywhere yet, maybe other than the stromatolites in Australia, where you see the absolute benefit of the science there. It's spectacular. It's also probably the most remote and quiet place I've ever sat in my life. So I do think that that plays an important role, why I want to continue to go back. And great simulation the minute we land. So Alt tab down.
Do Alt tab tab.
Alt tab tab down. Alt tab. No. They're there. We are looking for sponsors. We hope that we find some sponsors that will help us get to the next level. The next level, for, in my opinion, is improving on the facilities and the structure itself. So I'm hoping that if you see anybody or know anybody that has really deep pockets like Yuri Milner, happy to have his money peaked. So if you run into him, we are accepting applications for 2025 field season. So reach out. Okay, here we are. So you've got Natasha, Ilaria, Rhett, and then these 2 criminals here. So we're good to go. Tiffany and Michael. So Alt tab down there. Oh, Alt tab down arrow. Here we go. Oh, Michael, that's beautiful. Ilaria, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you just tell me when you want to change the slides.
Great, thank you, Tari. Hello, everyone. My name is Ilaria. I am remotely participating to the conference, and I apologize with you for not being there in person. I first would like to thank Terry for the introduction, and the Mars Society and all the team. There has been a lot of group of, quite substantial group of volunteers that help us during the mission preparation and in mission support. We are going to have a debrief of mission support in the incoming weeks. And this is still part of the group, is a remote group, but allows us to have a wonderful experience in the Arctic. So thank you so much to everyone. So this is an activity I would not call it a mission. As Terry mentioned before, our goal was to prepare the hub, set it up, and making sure that the hub is able to run, and not just for our crew, but for allowing multiple crew throughout the years to go there for science. And so we had an expedition and we have simulation. So you might don't know, but in contrast with other desert and other locations where, where there are analogs bases, the Arctic is quite challenging. And so the moment that you land, it's just like the moment when you start the sim, although regardless of the rules of the sim, there isn't the need for suited up or the helmet to really experience the astronaut mindset. It's just the moment when you land, this is the mission, that the mission starts. And I have been so fortunate and so grateful to experience and to have to share this activity with a wonderful crew, with the wonderful team members. And that's why I'm really, really thankful and grateful for all of them and for the Mars Society. You may change the slide. Thank you. Okay, this is our probably the best of all group picture. The hub is just behind us, and it is wonderful to see that there are some environmental constraints that pushed human factors and performance specific stressors to challenge our activities. So it's not just a matter of going to the hub, take a screwdriver and trying to fix some stuff. It's just acting as a team. And this is the hardest part to our mission, because over there, as you can see from the landscape, it's just us. So the team is the closer, resource you have for figuring out the problem. So relying on strangers, it's quite hard, but we shared a lot of time. We get closer, and we share the same determination in reaching the mission objectives. And this is seems very obvious, which is not very obvious when you are in isolation. That's why I have been fortunate as commander to have a team of professionals. They have a very solid background in space, but even personal ambitions to go there and to act very professionally for all the mission and the expedition as well. And this is something that it's very specific of them. That's why that was a very good experience. You may change a slide, please. Okay, well, this is me. So as crew commander, you know, my job is leadership and safety. And it seems just a few words, but it's a lot of work behind the scenes, making sure that everyone is able to do their job in a safe place. And safety over there is quite critical, not because of the infrastructure as well, but the environment. There is wildlife around, so we have, in a way, to be aware of the differences of sim expedition and making sure we're not going to be eaten by some polar bears around. So it's a lot of coordination. Yes, but this is me. Was my first mission at Mars as crew commander. I have been leading several analog missions in the past for the Mars Society as well, and in field expedition. Thank you. Terry, I think you may introduce yourself. Thank you.
That's me, yes. Hi, Executive Officer Terry Trevino / Station Manager. But I have to say, only because I've been there previously and I knew most of the systems. And so frankly, I also, with the help of James, we hand selected the team, and I couldn't be more proud of what we were able to accomplish. And I'll move on to the next person. Natasha.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I am Dr. Natasha Nicholson from Scotland, and I was the Chief Scientific Officer, and we had a look at, it's such a unique environment for science. It is right at the forefront of climate change impacts. The Arctic is heating up much faster than, well, the Arctic and the Antarctic are heating up much faster than the rest of the world. So we were looking at how that affected microbiology. We were looking at permafrost. We were helping other people who put experiments up there in the past. We were looking at ecology, geology, radiation from both galactic radiation and radiation coming up out of the permafrost from radon emissions. We did some spacesuit trials with a commercial spacesuit that Mason here had brought up specifically for that. And we participated in psychology experiments. I think that's, yeah, you can see it's a wide range of science though. But we had it was such a unique environment. And I'm not allowed to share any results with you because we're holding them back for publications. But there's some interesting stuff up there. I highly recommend it. Oh yeah, my background is science and multidisciplinary collaboration and that sort of thing. So, yeah. On to the next person.
Yeah. I think good morning, y'all. Thanks, Terry. As you guys can tell by our crew height, if you see any pictures of all of us together, I'm asking all of them to kind of come down to my level. But I was, my name's Tiffany Swarmer. I was the health and safety officer for this simulation, for this mission. And my job really was to work with these guys to develop a good plan of safety, help bring up some of the standard operating practices, and work on recommendations to make the facility really good going forward for a large range of people. And one of the things I really felt there, so I come from a background of about 10 years of experience I've worked over 4 different analog platforms, both as running them and as a participant. Right now I do real-time work with the ISS, and I'm training up Artemis crew. I know, moon, not Mars, a little bit frustrating for all of us, right? So when I got to this facility, I wasn't 100% sure what to expect, but what I found there was a platform that was more realistic of what we're going to see for commercial spaceflight and for colonizing both Moon and Mars going forward than I had seen before. It was hard, but with it came amazing opportunities. Really, there's a lot of capability there to become innovative and sustainable. They do a lot of, like Natasha said, a lot of science research is being done for the Arctic. So it's really a place that gives opportunity to be able to not only look forward towards space, but also help out what's going on here on Earth. So it's really exciting to be able to be a part of that. So exciting, in fact, that when I approached my company, you guys can probably tell, KBR was kind enough to say that's right in line with what we're hoping to do going forward. And so they were happy to provide a little bit of sponsorship. And I just feel real lucky to have been able to be with that crew. So, thanks, guys. Sorry.
There you are, Mace.
Yeah, the long lost kid that he forgot to introduce. But no, hi, I'm Dr. Mason Robbins, since Natasha had to do that. Here in Scotland as well. My background, so I was here for engineering, but it was also to help bring the site up to speed. So I've got a lot of experience like working at various analogs, trying to do longer term maintenance projects that have either been neglected or missing, or one of the cool ones is help with, like, Danica and Kai build out the Mars yard that's at Biosphere 2, which some of you might have been able to see last year when you were down in Arizona, or at least the starts of that. And it was really cool seeing the concept of the largest indoors Mars kind of simulation to now what's probably the largest outdoors Mars, close to Mars as you can get on Earth. But yeah, so we really focused on getting the hab up to speed and livable, again, and habitable, which also meant that at times you're getting up at whatever hour to make sure whatever system that just crashed and failed is working, or why the water heater has exploded at some point over the winter or something like that. But those are those unique challenges that I think Terry really hit and the crews really hit. Is the cool thing about the Arctic Research Station is the journey up there, the time you spend on there is just as much important as going out in a spacesuit, because you're in it from the time you basically get on that Kinborg flight to the time you land. I like to look at it almost like this is equivalent to a space shuttle mission where they had about 11 days up there and you had 45 minutes to get into the orbit you needed, then you're doing your mission and then you're trying to get back. And, you know, some of that challenge too was just not knowing when you're going to leave because the weather decided to play different with you. But yeah, other than that, my other big research project is we wanted to show that we could actually use pressurized spacesuits in simulation remotely up there. So we took a pressurized suit that was built by Cam Smith, attached a battery and a compressor to an ATV and drove it out to the middle of the crater, well, into the crater, I should say, and made it work. And so future research in that area, or future just bringing up for the higher fidelity, that we can really start putting on pressurized suits and go pretty much anywhere we want as long as we have that compressor. So it's kind of fun. Looking forward to seeing what the future is and what future research projects we can do up there as well.
It's all you, Woodsy.
Hey, everybody. I'm Rhett Woods. I come from outside of the industry and was invited to be a mission specialist, which is kind of a catch-all for supporting Mason and Michael and in generally dealing with power issues, water issues. Spent more time repairing ATVs than I think you can in a lifetime. And if you learn one thing about the Arctic as well, doing repair work is it's a lot of trial and error, but you start to see the patterns of how things work between things, and then you can start to make a lot of progress. I will echo what everyone else said. It's a very harsh environment. It's simply not for everybody. Quite a shock, I think, for somebody in particular who's never been on an analog mission in this capacity, and then being kind of thrown into that world. By day, though, I work on, healthcare related issues, mental health, etc. And I will say in closing that I never got better sleep in my life than sleeping on the wooden floor of the Mars Research Station, and I'd recommend it to anybody out there. Back to you, Terry.
Get it, Taz.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael Andrews. I have about 10 years of experience in logistics and warehousing in the aerospace industry. It's my first analog. I definitely want to get involved in this one and others in the future. But I had a unique role as the quote unquote logistics officer. Everyone mentioned how desolate this is. We'll talk in a second about just how about half of our time away from our jobs and other lives was spent either getting to the station or from the station. And so that required a lot of coordination. But then also I got involved in some of the engineering with Rhett and Mason, and was the comms officer, kind of communicating with mission support. A lot of the daily reports you'll see on the FMARS website are coming from me. And really I wanted to get involved in kind of the operations of the base. Like, not having that science background, I wanted to focus more on how we run the station. I spent a lot of time organizing and getting material the way it should be, and then Tiffany's kind of formalized that into a real good inventory system, because we spent a lot of our initial days there kind of getting the station ready to do our simulation and our science. So yeah, I had a great time. It was a wonderful time.
Okay. So we were able to bring a few things with us. This is a drone flyover, which is not cooperating clearly. But we've never really seen the station from this perspective at this clarity. So for some reason, it's not going to work. So that's fine. We don't necessarily need it. Maybe it will work. Let's see. No. Anyway, so moving on to the next slide. The real objectives were to restore FMARS to kind of, less of a desolate place and more of a, Dr. Zubrin called it glamping. I don't think it's glamping, Dr. Z. It's much less, yeah, anyway. The toilet alone was spectacular. Anyway. The science itself is unrivaled, and I have to say, having the right staff, having the right people was probably the most important part of this endeavor, and we were fortunate to have that. So I'm going to move on to Wi-Fi. Anyway, we did have a chance to go to Iqaluit, excuse me, which is where we staged from this year. Last year we staged from Yellowknife, also in the Northern Territories. Iqaluit was also the home of the Nunavut Institute, and they're in charge of our permits. So they're a very important partner in the endeavor, and without them, frankly, you're not allowed to step foot on Devon Island. Oh, I was thinking it would work. It didn't. Anyway, when we first got there, the team really put together some impressive, the systems themselves were in constant need of help, and the team was brilliant. They really pulled it together quickly, so thankfully for that. Here's Tiffany baking in the sun, probably. Those things were probably pretty hot, right? Those, yeah. And then of course, the only way you can get around there is either by foot, or we do have ATVs. And here's the team on exit. Just a quick trip ID, just so you know how we get there. Just like trip ticket for AAA. We flew in on a Twin Otter that was, I think, a 1954 de Havilland. That has been obviously upgraded, thankfully. and landed right next to the station, which is quite the experience. If anybody wants to experience that, reach out to me. That alone is worth the ticket. And of course, you have to bring tons of baggage and things like that. So the station and the engineering side of the project, it was formidable, and it always will probably be that way. We did test a wind turbine last year, and again this year did that. Never really worked. So even though the wind blows like you wouldn't believe how hard the wind blows there, and it's a heavy wind. So hopefully we can figure that out. We did try a solar cell system and as a test, see if we could, you can see right above those solar panels is an anchor battery. We tried that. And then of course there's our EVA room on the left. The station itself, it will likely need 20 to 30% of the time that we're there is upgrades, maintenance. You can see Rhett working on the ATVs. He was magical about that. Me underneath the sinks, redoing the wiring or the piping. And then of course we are allowed to burn our waste there. So you can see, is that you, Michael? Michael is in his fire retardant gear. Actually, I think that's highly fireproof, but anyway, that's lesson learned if anybody remembers last year. Nature on the island is spectacular. Tasha almost killed this beautiful little, sorry, Tasha, I'll get back to where I can see you. You did not almost kill it, I'm kidding. So it's amazing. There are only 13 species of plants that live on the island, and Tasha found them all. And in fact, this little caterpillar, well, Tasha, can you say it again? What was it called?
It's a woolly bear caterpillar, part of the woolly bear moth life cycle, and they can survive up to 7 winters in a cryptobiotic state where they essentially die and come back to life.
Fascinating, thank you. Of course, I was there to continue my research on algae. I'm using microalgae as a feedstock on a NASA-funded project. Thank you, NASA, if you're here. Yeah, so, and then me getting bit by a polar bear. Hopefully not. Hang on, I gotta go there. Oh, here we go. Okay, real quickly, because we're running short on time and I apologize. Again, ATV is the best way to move around. You can see this, so the simulated suits are very authentic, I have to say. So they're heavy, they're a bit cumbersome. You definitely feel like you're in a spacesuit. And then I think I have another image here in a second. Oh, these are Paul Knightley's, what are these things called? They're the data loggers. So we're checking our and maintaining, excuse me, and minding.
I also want to point out that
What?
I'm anchoring him. We're doing my safety job here. Like I'm anchoring my.
You have your hand on this foot. Thank you. Yeah, the data loggers are actually trying to discern the change in the permafrost, which is happening. And then again, more spacesuit stuff. Okay, so you can see Mason is in that panel where the 3 of them are together, and Mason's actually wearing a Cam Smith suit. It's a pressurized suit. Mason, I'm going to back up so you can talk to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, this model is a space training suit, but it can get up to about 2.5 psi. Above 2.5 psi.
2.5 psi above ambient.
Sorry, 2.5 psi above ambient. But it also lets your analog astronaut experience kind of the dexterity issues and the feedback that you would get if you're actually doing an EVA on Mars, which is probably about where it would be. So it's good for really challenging the scientists in actually how they do their procedures just as much as being in the suit itself. So it just brings another level of fidelity that we really want to explore more up there in future missions. Cool.
And this is another flyover that won't work. But it's a spectacular endeavor. And thank you, Dr. Zubrin, James. James and I have been talking about this project for years, and I know he thinks I'm a stalker. Probably so do other people. But I'm fascinated with what we can learn in this environment, and I think the fidelity and all of that together is spectacular. Any closing thoughts from you folks?
Yes, I do have a closing thoughts. So the commander report, I now released the commander report, so I apologize with everyone, especially with the Mars Society for the delay. I want to stress the importance to not underestimate the place, meaning that FMars is not for everyone. Okay, so do not underestimate the dangers of the place and the possible circumstances. And this is important. That research, that facility is more, I think, in my opinion, is closer to an astronaut training station rather than a research station. This is because you can do so much for real astronaut training and high fidelity activities, because that's a high fidelity environment as I see that. So it would allow to do some very good science that you might want to do elsewhere in the world. So it's an important place for me, for science, for the science that I see and that I foresee. I encourage you to read the commander report, to go back to me with feedback. It would be nice to chat with a few of you about possible, feedback and comments that you might have on the mission, or even on my perspective of the mission itself. I'm now officially the greater support of my crew. I'm no longer their crew commander, and I just want to thank the crew and thanks the Mars Society. They're wonderful people. I'm gonna be always your supporter, guys, and I'm the person who is going to tell you, don't give up, guys. You got this. So my special thanks. I'm so thankful for this experience, and I really hope I can support you to reach your personal objectives. All of them have a very good stuff, and I really want them to see on the moon of Mars soon. So again, I thank my crew, and I thank the Mars Society. Thank you so much.
Tasha, go ahead.
Well, thanks, Ilaria. We all were delighted to have you as our commander and to get to know you, and I think we all were a wonderful crew in terms of becoming friends. I just want to quickly also add my own thanks to the Mars Society, who made this all possible, and for all of the crew support who got us up there and helped us survive and got us back. I do just want to add a couple of things. The first one is I forgot to mention the nanoplastics that we were looking into. I just quickly threw that word in there. Ask Terry about it. He knows all about them. It's interesting and kind of terrifying. Also, we've used the word desolate a lot when describing this landscape, this environment, and I have to say that it looks desolate, especially when you kind of step back or you're in the plane looking down. It looks like there's nothing alive, nothing that could survive. But as that little slide showed you with a few different flowers and stuff, actually when you get on the ground and you're walking around, if you're paying attention where you're going, there's life everywhere. It's astonishing. And then the last thing I would like to say is it was briefly touched upon with the mention of us visiting the the Nunavut Arctic College in Iqaluit. But the Inuit engagement we've started with and want to keep going with is really important to us as crew members and hopefully to future crews and so on, because there's such a wealth of knowledge that they have from living in this environment. It is their environment as well. It's their land. If it isn't technically right now, then that's where it's headed. The land will be handed over soon. So, we want to build those relationships and make sure that future science objectives are aligned with their interests as well. So I just, if any of you are thinking of going and that's of interest to you, just let us know, and keep that in mind. That's it.
Okay, I think we have time for maybe one question.
Regarding your spacesuits, I'm curious, what was the mass of the spacesuits, and was it designed to be an equivalent weight to what the weight on Mars would be of spacesuits that are being designed for use on Mars or in space?
Yeah, I can't answer.
Yeah.
Mason can.
Yeah, no worries. For this suit, it was more just running a proof of concept. So weight-wise, it wasn't that heavy. I think total shipping weight was around 45 pounds or something like that. Not including the box. But that's something that definitely want to explore in the future now that we know that we can actually operate these kind of remote and semi-autonomous, because then that will give us even more feedback for experimenting. And there's other projects we're working on with Mars prototype suits as well that would be fun to take up there and push to the limits as well.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you.
This was such a fantastic crew. I was happy to be part of organizing their mission, being part of the mission support team, and just the amount of talent on this crew is amazing. You all did fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, it looks like we're coming up on 11 o'clock. I think we're going to shorten our break a little bit, maybe take a 5-minute break before the next speaker. And then we'll get going with Howard Wu from NASA. Thank you all. Good morning, Howard.
Yeah, how you doing?
Really good.
Yeah, James Burt. James, yeah, nice to meet you. You guys got my presentation?
I should have it up here, yes.
Okay. You see there in person, you know, like you say, that. So he's also like, and do I flip myself just to hit the space bar? Okay, great.
Is it in the Dropbox?
My team put it there.
You know what the I saw something. No.
No.
Mars and the Moon.
No, it'd be Orion. It'd be Orion something. Can you go down? Do you have any more charts in this?
No, this is it.
They said you guys were gonna. Erica. No idea. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yes, yes.
I got your slides here, Howard. Yes. Okay. Yep.
You guys have sound.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. It's all set up for you. Let me just make sure. Share a tab instead. Okay. Yep. Stuff like that. Not sure. The audio will play in the room. I don't know if it's going to go over.
Yeah,
the
that's fine. As
Zoom.
long as it's a room.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always a delay. Always this delay. Online access.
Maybe should we
I
also
guess I should stand in front of the podium online.
Mhm. Yeah, the camera's at the top of the laptop. Yeah.
And I can drive on charts.
Yep.
In presentation mode.
It's in presentation mode and it's up here. So
Yeah, I have to go at the first chart because that's the video.
Okay.
And just hit play. Space bar or no, space bar goes to the next one. So
yeah, you just have to have focus on the space on that as well.
Okay.
Now it's on there.
Sorry, pause. Oh,
Check, check, check. Okay, should be set for you, and then
just hit space bar.
Yeah, yep, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
I'll do a short version. Everybody have a chance to refill their coffee. Come back in. I did hear that it's out. We will get it refilled. Well, I've got a sneak peek of his slides, and I think you win best. Gold star for slides. We're going to go ahead and continue with the program for today. So next up, we have Howard Hu, Howard is the Orion Program Director for NASA, overseeing the development of the Orion spacecraft designed for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. With 3 decades of experience at NASA, Mr. Hu has had various leadership positions within the Orion program and contributed to the International Space Station and Space Shuttle program. A graduate of the University of Washington with degrees in aeronautics and astronautics, he has received numerous awards for his outstanding leadership and contributions to space exploration. Everybody welcome Dr. Howard Hu.
All right, good morning, everybody. Great to see you all here. I'm going to start with a video, and then we'll start our chat. Hopefully it plays.
Saviors and adventurers. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo. Orion, back on the
Our destiny is always to go and see what's further than what's next.
Actually, the metals being shaped for all the things we're going to use.
We are growing. This is now. NASA is at a historic inflection point, poised to begin the most significant series of science and human exploration missions in over a generation.
Astronauts on the moon work with deep space and will develop the science and technology to send the first humans to Mars.
I'm really looking forward to all the science we can do on the moon. The samples will bring back the knowledge we'll gain from understanding the lunar environment better than we ever had before.
The more nations and companies that the moon will be increasing our capabilities or strengthening things right around that. Going to the moon to learn about the planets. Let's go.
Whoa, I got some feedback here. Okay, I shouldn't shout so loud. But I think you are a captured audience, so I hope you know that we're going back to the moon. So if you don't know, maybe I'll give you a little bit of understanding of where we're headed. But certainly today, what I wanted to do was talk about what we're doing relative to the Artemis program and campaign and what the exciting future we hold together, not only in this country, but across the world, and the contributions of many countries that are going to take us not only to the lunar orbit, but down to the surface. And it's a collaboration not only between countries, but between, I would say, legacy aerospace companies and new aerospace companies. And I have the privilege and the honor of leading a very small part of it, which is the spacecraft that will take humans to the lunar orbit. And then we will use the other infrastructure that we have across the Artemis programs to take people down to the moon and back home safely. So I'll talk a little about that. You heard a little bit about introduction. I've worked on Orion and exploration for half my career at NASA, and really happy. That's the reason why I went to NASA. It was great working on International Space Station and the Space Shuttle. But those were low orbit programs, and certainly great in terms of what we've been able to accomplish, certainly with the International Space Station over 24 years of operations, continuous operations in the space station. But what I want to do, and I think many of you are in the same kind of mindset, let's go to other planets beyond low Earth orbit, the moon, and of course Mars. And I think that's what makes it really exciting. That's what I want to do as a kid. And I'm getting a chance to at least do a little smart part of it by building a spaceship for those crews that are going to go to the moon. So let me talk to you about the foundation of all those elements. We actually have multiple programs, 6 programs at NASA that are responsible for putting together Artemis campaign. I'm one part of the 6. You can see the infrastructure. I have the spacecraft, but we also have the most powerful launch vehicle we've ever built, the Space Launch System. We're also counting on SpaceX and Blue Origin for the human lander system. They're on contract to do that. We have surface operations and habitats being worked on. We also have a space station called Gateway, that is a partnership across multiple countries that will orbit the lunar around the moon, and then be a way station basically for us to take astronauts there, and then astronauts will get on the human landing system and go down the surface. And of course, we need all the infrastructure, surface mobility, we need suits that are required, we need comm systems, so all those are being built and worked on in parallel. So it's a really exciting future that we have together. It's a really great opportunity for not only this country to lead, but also for a lot of other countries to participate that traditionally haven't done as much work in that environment, but certainly coming on board. And of course, we have our traditional partners, our European Space Agency, working with us on the Artemis campaign. Let's see, a little bit about the spacecraft. I'll focus some on Orion spacecraft because that's what I'm here to talk about. Besides our Artemis campaign, we have three major elements. On top is the launch abort system. I call it affectionately the party hat. It is used to save the crew in case there's an issue on ascent, and it actually gets disposed when we go uphill as long as we don't need it, and I hope we never have to use it. But it pulls the crew module, which is in the middle, where we sit 4 crew members on board for 21 days, up to 21 days. And so if there's an emergency, whether it's a rocket or on the spaceship, we can land the crew safely right after ascent. I'll just tell you a little factoid. You go, if you do an abort, 0 to 500 miles in 2.5 seconds. So you're pulling a good amount of G's when you get home, but you'll get home safely. And then underneath the crew module, I just described a little bit, is a service module. Actually, the service module is mostly built by the European Space Agency as a partnership. So this is the first time in history of human spaceflight that we are actually dependent on an international partner to build a vehicle for us, a part of a vehicle for us. We do not go to the moon without the European Space Agency. And the service module in the back holds our power generation, our main thrust, our propulsion system. It holds all the water and oxygen for the missions as well. So really important part of the element. We've been working with the Europeans since 2012 to work together on this one integrated spacecraft. And certainly we've learned a lot working with the Europeans and other partners on International Space Station. But this is the first time where we've built a spaceship together. And it's been a great partnership. We've learned a lot together. And I think, as many of you know, to go to Mars, it requires an international partnership to work well together, to build all those elements I think we need. And you'll see that as we move forward to a lunar campaign under Artemis. Let's see, just a little bit. This is a factoid. I'm not going to go through all this. You can see the performance that we have, a lot of capability on the spaceship. But one of the things many of you probably don't know is we're able to take a 10 metric ton module, which is what we're going to do for the gateway. This is additional capability. Besides delivering 4 crew members at the nose of our Orion spaceship, we're able to deliver a large cargo element, mainly a module or any kind of thing that needs to be delivered. And it's a very capable system that allows not only crew, but also additional capability for us to build a gateway space station in lunar orbit. So that's a really great thing. Of course, a lot of people always ask, do we have a toilet on board? Yes, we do have a toilet on board. It's been a challenge to build it, but certainly we've learned a lot working on space station, and actually it's being tested right now on the International Space Station. So really great progress across the board. And of course, you saw a little bit, and I'll show you the next couple pictures in the video at the very beginning. How many of you saw the Artemis 1 launch? Raise your hand. Yeah, I expect a lot of people did. Artemis 1 was our first foray into the Artemis campaign. It was our first launch ever with the Space Launch System in Orion. It went to a lunar orbit, the distant retrograde orbit, for 24.5 days, or 25.5 days, I'm sorry. Launched in November of 2022 and landed on December 11th of 2022. Great mission, very successful. You saw some of those pictures, and I'll show you a couple other pictures at the very beginning. But those are just the small, again, small stepping stones. Big mission, very successful mission, awesome mission. I waited a long time to execute a successful mission like this, but just a small stepping stone, right? This is a flight test, uncrewed flight test that we did. And then now we're moving forward on something that is even more challenging, even more daunting, than Artemis 1. And that is getting people to the moon and getting them back safely. And so that's what we've been focused on with this spaceship. Let's see. So the European service module, you can see here. I talked a little bit about this. This is an important part. Many countries across Europe are participating. And I'll tell you, it is one of the things that I think is a really good stepping stone, again, to future collaboration on very important elements of our overall space architecture that's required to get us working and operating on the moon safely, but also going towards Mars. This is the one I promised you when we talked about Artemis 1. I'll just give you a couple. The middle picture is my favorite. You know, many of you might remember some iconic pictures, Earthrise from the moon back in Apollo. That middle picture is our first iconic picture that we have. This is a picture we took, and many of you may not know either. I didn't talk about this. We had GoPro cameras at the end of each solar array. So we have 4 solar arrays, and we used the GoPro cameras to inspect the spacecraft. And they turned out, actually, the solar arrays, one of the solar arrays turned out to be a great selfie stick. I don't think they allow many selfie sticks anymore. But for us, it was a really great opportunity to take pictures. And this is one of the pictures we took, actually unexpectedly. We were doing some inspections, and you can see we're at the farthest point that a human spacecraft has ever gone, 268,563 miles. And we took this picture on flight day 13, and you can see our destination behind us, the moon, and our beautiful home planet, the Earth. And to me, this is one of the pictures that a lot of our employees use, and I certainly love. And then this is one of many that we're going to get as we go forward on the Artemis campaign. But certainly, we are very excited to get these images. I mean, beautiful images. You saw a little bit in the video. And if you get a chance to go on the internet, you can see a lot of other pictures that were captured by our cameras, and that we certainly were able to see as we traversed across the lunar orbit. And of course, we landed very safely. We went from Mach 32, so 24,500 miles per hour, to 16 when the main chutes deployed and touched down in water. So this is the velocity and the return speed. And then going to Mars is even higher. And so if those of you who work in this industry or who are familiar with it, we're going to require this type of heat shield or even better performance if we want to return from the moon at this velocities. But certainly really happy in the performance. We did a great job, I think, as a team to pull this off and to have a very successful mission. Now, what are we doing next? So we accomplished Artemis 1. Our next mission is a crewed flight test, Artemis 2, and it's a 10-day mission. We actually selected astronauts last year, April 3rd, and 4 terrific people, first of all, and I would say awesome astronauts, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian. And then, of course, they're going to test out all the crew systems that we did not have on board on Artemis 1, and, of course, be able to fly the spaceship, which is probably their favorite part of this mission. And then, of course, we're working towards Artemis 3, which is working towards the first human landing back on the moon. And so that's going to be a very complex and challenging mission as we incorporate not only the things we've done for Artemis, for Orion, and for SLS, but also the human landing system as well. And on Artemis 4, our vision is now starting to build the gateway or the space station around the lunar orbit. So that's where we're going to go. So 3, we will dock directly with the human landing system. On 4, we will go towards the gateway, and we'll meet up at the gateway and then go down to the surface. I won't tell you too much about these wonderful individuals, but Christina is our electrical engineer, scientist, and then the other 3 are actually pilots. Jeremy, who's the Canadian, is also a pilot in the Canadian Armed Forces, and really great individuals. And if you Google them, you can see their awesome history and what they've done already in space. So I'll let you do that to save some time. And then here's our spaceship, Artemis 2. You can see that on the left, the crew module, the service module are all stacked together. We stacked the launch abort system last before we roll it out for actual stacking with the launch vehicle. And on the right, we're in the vacuum chamber doing our final integrated test just about a month ago. And then we had really great success there as well. And what's new for Artemis, it's a 10-day mission. It's actually a free return trajectory. So we do 1 major burn around and slingshot around the moon and come home. So it's a really great opportunity to, we don't really need to get into orbit and spend 24 days or 21 days. This is all about crew system checkout. This is about ensuring that we put the crew in the best posture for success and return them safely. And then we're going to actually fly the vehicle a little bit. We're going to do a little prox ops and demonstration with our sensors. And then, of course, we'll check out the suits and all the other things that are going to be part of the mission. Let's see. You can see a pictorial of what the future missions look like. I talked about 3 on the 3 picture. If you're not familiar, that is the SpaceX lander that they're building for NASA as a contract. And then, of course, 4 is the gateway that I was showing you. And then 5 is a different lander. That's Blue Origin's version of the lander. So you can look those up on the internet as well and find out more about that. And then certainly beyond, we're building not only unpressurized rovers, but we have the Japanese Space Agency building pressurized rovers for us as a partnership. So they're working on that. And many countries are very interested in building habitats on the moon as part of the Artemis campaign. And so we're working through that as well. Let's see, this gives you a very good pictorial of our Gateway International partnership. Many countries are supporting us across Europe and Canada with ARM. And then we have a new partner, UAE, United Arab Emirates, who is building the airlock for us. And so a lot of different kinds of contributions, and we're going to form those partnerships and build this gateway, we call it, in the lunar orbit, and be able to live there and depart down the surface as we need. So Orion will be delivering crew members to that Gateway space station. And of course, you know, this is a picture maybe many of you have recognized. You know, this was one of the first, as we look at the first crewed missions to Mars. You know, if you see, this was taken, I believe, on one of the rovers, and you can see where Earth is, and hopefully someday we will have a human take that picture. And I think that's why you guys are a part of the Mars Society. You know, I'm a kindred spirit with you all relative to where I think we should go as humanity and how exciting it is. And we are taking the very first steps, I would call them baby steps really, to go beyond low Earth orbit. We've done a lot in low Earth orbit. We've accomplished a lot. We've learned a lot. And that learning is going to get translated to, I think, a bigger, more complex set of missions as we go forward. And finally, you know, when you look at the exploration strategy from what we're thinking at NASA, you know, one of the things that Jeremy always says is American leadership. And no offense to other countries if you're represented here, but American leadership is what it takes right now to get the many countries going forward. We are laying out the infrastructure. We're laying out the strategy. We're bringing people together. And, you know, there's a lot of things that aren't right in this world in terms of what's happening. But the space and space exploration does bring people together. And that vision and that excitement and the energy that we can put in together certainly represents the best of humanity and what we're trying to do together. And if you know anything about the Artemis Accords, where countries that don't even have a space program are signed up to it because they see that as the future, they see that as the vision of what humanity can do together. And I think NASA and what we're doing in this country is laying that foundation of not only the strategy, but the pieces that are needed. Somebody has to lead. We're taking that mantle. We're laying that framework. And you can see what we're doing on the moon. We want to translate to the Mars. What we're going to learn a lot on the moon, living on the surface of the moon, operating on the surface of the moon, doing the science that is, I think, critical for exploration. You know, it's great to send people, but the science is a huge part of what we want to do. And that together is what makes us go forward as humanity. And I really, I can't think about a better job that I could be. I tell all the kids that I meet that I wish I was younger. You know, I mean, this is the time that I wish I was a student, because I see all these great things are happening in this industry, in the human exploration, in the scientific community. We're collaborating together to do and explore the moon and go on to Mars. So thank you for your time. I don't know if I have any time for any questions, but certainly really a great opportunity to talk to you all and give you guys a little bit of sense of what we're doing. Please, again, I think at the end I have to show this. My comm team has to make sure I publicize it, but follow us if you like, and make sure that if you have you know, any opportunity to work in the space industry, contribute. We have 11 prime contractors. We have 6 NASA programs, and there's a whole bunch of opportunity for really bright and excited and passionate people about the human space program. So thank you. We have time, James? Okay. All right. I think your hand was up in the back first. Yeah, right there. Yeah. In the vest. You want to shout out the answer, question? I'll see if I can repeat it. Oh, here we go.
Why send a capsule to the moon instead of the entire gateway and build it in orbit? Around Earth.
We're sending pieces of the gateway. So each module, very much similar to what we did in the International Space Station. It's really our ability to lift off mass. You know, the ability to, and we can deliver module on the spacecraft. I mean, SLS is capable probably delivering bigger pieces of the gateway, but we certainly don't have the ability to send the entire gateway space station at one time. I think that was your question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. This is sort of a scheduling question, but a few elements. Heat shield, are you going to have to do is that going to delay the Artemis 2 and 3 significantly? Is there going to have to be an uncrewed test? Then also, so is there an ETA for Artemis 2? And then for Artemis 3, is that going to land or just do an orbit at present?
So heat shield, so we had some good discovery with what we found on heat shield for Artemis 1. So we're working through the investigation. We're actually finalizing that. So agency's going to try to make some decisions. So I can't get in front of that. So that we're still working towards a late 2025, September 2025 launch as best as we can with what we've got. But of course, they'll be based on decisions that the agency's going to make as we move forward. On 3, it is a landing. Orion does not land. So we will meet up with the human landing system in lunar orbit and transfer the crew to that landing system, and then they will go down to the surface. And so Orion will orbit, and we will wait, and then when the crew comes back, we will take them home. Then and the mission is a 2 and 2, so only 2 people will go down to the surface, and 2 will stay on Orion for Artemis 3. And then in the future going forward, it will be all gateway missions. Okay.
Time frame for 30?
Well, we're working on a yearly cadence. We're trying to do September 25 and September 2026. That's what we're trying to drive to. Okay?
Right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for your very inspiring talk. So for Artemis 3, will the lander be sent up separately to the Orion capsule?
I'm sorry, say again. Artemis 3 will be sent.
So for the lander within Artemis 3, will it be launched separately to the Orion capsule?
Yes. So, you know, SpaceX has been doing their tests out of Boca Chica, Texas. They've had a lot of good progress there, I would say. The last one, I don't know if you saw the video where they had a pretty good mission, I would say, successful mission. So they're working towards that. So they will launch independently, and they will wait for us in lunar orbit. And so once they achieve lunar orbit and they have stabilized and believe the lander is good, then we will launch and we will meet them in the lunar orbit. Okay?
I think you mentioned vacuum shaking for testing. What other test procedures and challenges have you faced with the process of Orion?
Yeah, so vacuum chamber testing, obviously we're going to be in a vacuum environment, but we also have to operate the cabin in a vacuum in case lose pressurization, so the crew will get in the suit. So that's a really important test. So it's an integrated test. That's one of our last major tests. Prior to that, many of you may know EMI, EMC, so electromagnetic interference testing with the avionics. We do a lot of structural, full structural testing that we did on Artemis 1, so we have a lot of confidence in that. So it's a building block of series of tests, but for every mission, we will do a vacuum test to make sure that the spacecraft is tight or sound in terms of making sure that we can operate in a vacuum environment. And so that's going to be one of the final checks that we do at an integrated spacecraft level. No, it's not a vibration test. So it's just a vacuum test. We've done a lot of, on Artemis 1, we did a full vacuum and EMI, EMC test together. We took it to Plumbrook Station, or actually it's called Armstrong Test Facility in Ohio. But yeah, so as we go forward, that we're not going to shake the whole spacecraft. They'll do independently as in terms of hardware. Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir.
So you were saying even past the beyond the past Artemis 5 and the beyond during the beyond stage that you talked about earlier. What do you think the main goal during that last stage? What do you think are trying to achieve in that?
For Artemis 5?
No,
Or beyond?
beyond Artemis 5. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I got quoted one time about people living on the moon before 2030. If you read anything I interview with, I think, our whole idea with these build-up campaign is to have people, just like on space station, have long duration stays on the lunar surface. And, we're building infrastructure to take people reliably. We're building the infrastructure to take them down to the surface. And then the key will be beyond Artemis 5 will be, do we have habitats and capability for them to have more long duration stays, beyond just 20, 30 days? Can we do more than that? And I think that will be dependent upon what kind of infrastructure we have on the lunar surface. Yeah, you're welcome.
I remember reading that originally the design of Orion did not include the capability of multiple EVAs. And I was wondering, is that still the case? If so, is that a plan to be added to it, or does it have that capability currently?
We do not have capability for EVA. We do have a hatch that allows, we built a hatch that allows us to be capable is not the right word. I don't want to be misquoted. Build infrastructure in place, but we do not plan on doing any EVAs or plan for that as part of our. There's no current plan to add the EVA capability. Yeah.
Last question.
Last question.
Just a quick question. What timeline are we looking at for the construction of Gateway?
Yeah, that's a great question. That goes back to this other gentleman's question. We're focused very much on right now, 2025, 26 to get these missions off early. Gateway will follow probably, whether it's a year and a half cadence, something like that, where we're going to try to get there as soon as we can. It really depends on the progress of some of our vendors. I don't know actually the Gateway schedule because I don't manage that program. That's actually a separate program. So, but I'm focused on getting 2 and 3 because that is really important for us. And so we've been working towards that as our primary focus. Across agency, we have a manifest that we're going to try to meet, but I don't know exactly when the Gateway will be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Howard. That was fantastic.
All right. I won't move that again. All right. Next up, we have Jeremiah Pate, who is the founder and CEO of Lunasonde, a company pioneering space resource exploration to secure critical minerals for humanity while preserving the planet. An entrepreneur and visionary, Mr. Pate was honored as one of Forbes 30 under 30 in the manufacturing and industry in 2020. Before founding Lunasonde, he attended the University of Arizona and also researched molecular biophysics for Parkinson's disease at the University of Pennsylvania. Welcome, Jeremiah.
Thank you for having me speak here today. I'm really honored to be at the Mars Society conference. My space career really started when I was 13, and I picked up a copy of Dr. Zubrin's Pace for Mars and read it at my lunch periods in middle school. And ever since then, I've been really transfixed by the idea that humanity's future isn't here on Earth, but it's in deep space. And the future that I want to see is where billions of people are living and working beyond the confines of our planet. At its fundamentals, the vision for Lunasonde is quite simple. In today's world, we face a dilemma. We can have an Earth on the right here, a pristine natural environment, or an Earth on the left. We have at our fingertips technologies that have the potential to reverse the effects of climate change and acidification, but only if we can secure access to the raw materials needed to build these technologies. Critical minerals like cobalt, lithium, copper, all come from beneath our feet. And we're permanently altering the planet to extract these resources from our subsurface. The only answer to this dilemma that we face is if we can find these resources elsewhere. And that is exactly the problem that Lunasonde is addressing with our technologies. One of the core tenets of who we are at Lunasonde is that progress in space means solutions for Earth. And that is really why we are laser focused on the idea of catalyzing space resource development through technological means. Further to that point, we see that near-Earth objects are the most promising and most accessible resources at humanity's disposal. A single near-Earth asteroid could be worth trillions of dollars in critical minerals. Not to mention, some of these asteroids are actually easier to reach than our own moon. So clearly, these represent humanity's first stepping stones into industrializing the space environment. Now, of course, this is a very ambitious goal, and the question that many people in the industry have been asked is, how do we get there? How do we make this happen from where we are technologically today? And the answer is to unlock the space economy by developing low-cost satellites that can really make these industries economically viable. And one of the key points that we're exploring with our technologies is developing the sensors and the satellites to explore near-Earth valuable asteroids. But before we get there, we have to prove the technology the interface of the mining industry and the space sector. And that's something that we see is incredibly crucial, because unless the economics can work for mining companies, we'll never move heavy industry and the mining sector to space. We see that culminating in Lunasonde's concept of a quarry in the sky, really being able to provide raw materials from deep space in the cislunar environment and beyond. Thank you.
Great. Got time for a few questions?
There was a company called Planetary Resources right here that I think went belly up about 6 years ago. And general terms, I think they were proposing to do something similar to you, characterizing the composition of asteroids, and eventually they were planning to mine it if they had been successful. What you're planning to do, to what extent is it similar to their plan? Are you actually planning to mine the asteroids, or are you planning to just create the technical and engineering means for other companies to then do that and license it to them?
So the analogy that I've heard, which has probably become trite by this point, is that we're trying to sell shovels and not do the mining ourselves. And that, I think, rings true in the space industry just as much as it did in 1849. Really what we're focused on is lowering the cost of the transport to an asteroid and the cost of acquiring data on a target so that we can kickstart that mining industry. And that's also why we're partnering with companies in the mining space to actively learn from the mining industry today. We don't want to reinvent mining if we don't have to. We want to reinvent how we source those resources and where we do, but not necessarily the whole entire industry from the ground up.
Thank you.
Yes.
If you are mining something in space, you're going to kick up a great field of debris that might harm your spacecraft that's doing the mining and make another approach to that asteroid impossible. Solutions?
Yes. So, excuse me, there's a number of solutions for that problem. One of the main ones is encapsulating the asteroid in a giant balloon, so to speak, where you can just have those technologies to quarantine the different particulates from the asteroid, so to speak, which is especially useful in the cases of rubble pile asteroids that are really multiple asteroids just crammed together in the first place.
Thank you.
You were saying that you don't want to reinvent mining if you don't have to, but you were talking about reducing environmental impacts of mining here on Earth, and well, you're talking about getting the raw resources, but what I'm interested in is in where you're processing them, because getting ore or whatever from the asteroids is all good, but there is a lot of environmental impacts from the harsh chemicals and processes used to actually extract the resources from the raw material that you get from the asteroid. So
yeah, and thankfully that's an excellent point, and thankfully nature's on our side, because we can't even re-enter a large amount of unprocessed ore into Earth's atmosphere in the first place. That's really the origin of our philosophy of having a quarry in the sky, where you can process these materials in space, in Earth orbit, for example, or in orbit around the moon. So you're only returning the actual processed materials down to Earth's surface.
So your slide, mineral super sources, intrigued me. Have you considered the observation that dusty plasmas in space form minerals? And if you can understand this process more, Dr. Franklin Anariba, a surface physicist in Singapore, has figured out that minerals form in space in the vicinity of comets in the presence of the solar wind.
I had not heard that specifically, actually, about that kind of mineralization from dusty plasmas, but I think what that shows us at a deeper scale is that we don't even know kind of what lies out there in space in terms of resources that we could find. So there's always the potential that we'll even find things beyond just the basic critical minerals that we're looking for. And so I think whomever is able to develop space resources first is going to have a huge advantage.
That's great work. Good luck with
Thank
it.
you.
Question?
Certainly agree that granted the history of mining on Earth, it's much better to be in the supply business than the mining business. But you know, you can't. You will also need to find clients that are actually going to make money, because otherwise, eventually, you'll run out of clients. What are your plans around that?
Yes. So when you're a startup, unit economics are what you live and die by, and I think that's, unless space resource utilization is economical, it's never going to happen. But what's been happening in the mining industry in the last 10 years has really been incredible, and not in a good way, because it takes longer and longer to open up a mine. It takes on average about 30 years and $10 billion to just open a mine in today's world. And that's just getting worse. So there's going to be a point in time. There'll be an inflection point where it's actually cheaper to mine in space than on Earth. And our goal at Lunasonde is to make that not 50 years out, but to make that 10 years out in the future.
I have kind of a related question. I'm curious, could you share a little bit more about like how or why you think space mining would be better for the environment than like directing that kind of resources to like figuring out ways to use more like, or do research to make like renewable or reusable minerals on Earth, or like technologies that don't rely as heavily on these minerals?
So I think that there's a very important place for recycling of old technologies, old materials on Earth, and reusing those in future batteries, for example. But the issue we have is we have exponential growth. And in order to really meet that exponential growth, we're going to need to get raw materials out of the ground somewhere, whether that be here on Earth or in space. And so the path of least resistance when it comes to harming the environment by nature is in space, because if you can take the heavy industry out of the ecosystem completely, then you mitigate those challenges.
Question?
How do you determine what the composition of the material below the surface is using radar, if indeed that's what you do?
So the process is somewhat akin to how typical spectroscopy works, except we translated that to the radio frequencies instead of the visible and ultraviolet frequencies. So that's a process called dielectric spectroscopy, where you're scanning across multiple different frequency ranges and actually looking for the absorption and transmission bands in a given material.
Very interesting presentation. I'm in the mining business. A company I work for supplies mining equipment globally. In your thinking on conceptually who would be, going back to one of your earlier questions, what do you conceive might be the most likely mining operation that, or mineral that would be mined in space so far?
I'd have to say nickel. Nickel is something that's in massive abundance in M-type asteroids. And so that's something where we can go ahead and really have a massive abundance of that material. This runner-up for that would be platinum group metals, of course, things like iridium and rhodium. So probably something in those two categories, I would guess, would be the beachhead markets for space resources.
You were talking about not going to the meteors, letting them come to you.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought is that you have the system to figure out if they have these metals in them, but the time that it takes for them to come to you, combined with there's not an absolute certainty that there's an efficient amount of that metal in the meteorite. At least that's my immediate thought, is what's the plan if there's not if you can't efficiently get material out, and like what's the timeline for meteors coming to you? What would be the time difference?
Yeah, so that actually hits upon a really crucial nuance, which is only a small fraction of asteroids actually have economically valuable ores in them. And so filtering out all of the asteroids that aren't valuable is of top priority. And that's why the sensing technologies are so important. When it comes to waiting for the asteroids to come to us, we see that more as a demonstration approach than a long-term approach, because we can demonstrate the viability of asteroid mining on a budget and use that as a stepping stone to actually intercepting near-Earth objects in deep space as opposed to near-Earth space.
Thank you.
Other questions?
One question behind you.
I was interested in, I had to step out for a second, so I hope we didn't cover something similar to this, but I can think of several business models for being able to go out with a sample return capsule, the Aero shell. We were working on a project for Mars sample return where you throw it in an Earth trailing orbit and then grab it, encapsulate it, bring it back, do the planetary protection that way instead of doing it in Mars orbit. But same system, you could send it up with samples for deep space exposure at like cislunar orbit, leave it out there for a year or two, encapsulate it, bring it back. If there were samples brought from like a flyby of Europa, anything like that, where you have a planetary protection isolation thing, but you can still get the samples in Earth return trajectory, might be a good possibility there. It's probably worth like a 5-page paper or something. It's probably not worth a full business model, but it would be good to see the math on that as a possible option for things like that.
Yeah, that is really interesting, because that's something that could definitely leverage the technology stack that we're already building, but for, of course, NASA missions or other scientific missions. So it'd be really interesting to investigate that further.
Last one.
Yes, thank you. As a CEO, I think you have to probably manage it. Like, what is the budget for your project and how do you manage the budget? Like, where do you get the money? Thanks.
Yeah, so that goes back to what I mentioned earlier about our investors. So we are very blessed to have a diverse group of investors that come from multiple industries. So we have Lockheed Martin Ventures, as well as Drive Capital, which is more of a generalist investor, and then Promus Ventures, who are focused on space technology. And so by balancing those different viewpoints, we're able to really have a great investment cohort that's behind us for our projects that we're developing. Without the healthy venture capital community, we would not be able to really have an idea like this and get this funded, get this literally off the ground. So that is really crucial for not just us, but any space company, is learning how to understand the venture capital community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Fantastic job. Very interesting company. All right. Michael, I'm getting a login prompt. I'll do that.
Okay, everybody. All right. I see some smiles. We're going to be excited for our next speaker, which is Michael DeRosa, who's one of the founders of Gravitics, where he plays a pivotal role in advancing space technology. With a strong background in engineering and a passion for innovation, DeRosa leads efforts to develop cutting-edge solutions for space exploration and habitation. Everybody welcome Michael DeRosa.
Hello. So, yeah, we founded Gravitics in 2021. And recently we were in the news because we got a large contract for $125 million to provide a spacecraft for Axiom that's going to help Axiom Space Station and provide services for Axiom Space Station. Now, if you're not familiar with Axiom, they're a NASA partner. I know many are here. I feel like most of the times I speak, I start with like a very low level, here's how even getting to orbit works, but I feel like a lot of people here know a lot about space, so I'm jumping right into what we're doing at Gravitics and what that has to do with Mars. I just pulled up our website here because my presentation had a few issues coming in last minute here, but I want to thank everybody for inviting me. Thank you, James. What's happening right now is we have these new launch vehicles coming online that are reducing the cost of getting to space. And this has been going on for a long time. If you look at like a graph of launch costs, they actually go down on a logarithmic scale, so exponential decrease of cost to get mass to orbit. So Gravitics is building large space structures, and we're mainly focused on low Earth orbit to start. Our building block is 8 meters wide, so it fits in the SpaceX Starship. And this is an example of how it can be outfitted for habitat use, but there are many use cases for spacecraft like this. So you could have one single module be an entire space station, essentially. There are groups that are working with us that want data centers in space and things like that. But the name of the company is Gravitics because our long-term goal is to achieve artificial gravity in space. And this is where it gets interesting for the Mars Society, because gravity is so far has been binary, right? It's either 0 or 1, because human existence has existed on Earth with 1g, right? So that's the kind of 100% or with a 1 gravity. And then since we've been going to space since the late 50s, early 60s, some humans have experienced 0g. Mars has 38%, is it? And the moon is 1/16 of a g, so even half that. So what's going to be really cool in the future is when we have rotating space stations in space. And I have some really good animations that I don't have prepared on the screen, but you've all seen like Star Wars and Star Trek, people are sticking to the floor magically. Well, that's super science fiction. But like in 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I'm sure many people have seen that, that's where the rotating space stations are depicted. When you build a space station that has 1g at the outer edge, there's opportunity to put modules in further on the radius of your wheel, essentially. So you can achieve Martian gravity in low Earth orbit. And I really enjoyed the talk earlier of the analog mission. That was awesome. The ultimate analog mission, the way I see it, is when you can actually live in Martian gravity, even if it's just in low Earth orbit. So this is something that, we're just building. My company is like, all right, we're going to build this. Our first stepping stone is the best 0G module, because NASA is looking to replace the ISS with commercial stations. And that's kind of like, 1 year, 5 year plans. But if you look farther out into 10 years and 15, that's when we're going to start having excess modules, surplus modules, and we can start putting them together into spin systems in low Earth orbit. Why low Earth orbit? It's the closest place you can go into space without falling back down. And then take that technology from there and eventually get, I'm sure many people have talked about it on this stage, cyclers and spacecraft that are going to Mars and can be spinning on the way to and from Mars. Why is this really important? Well, with lower gravity, human physiology has a lot of issues. I'm not going to go into all of it. I know we're getting in on lunch, and I'm not going to, talk for an hour here. But human physiology, we were evolved to live in 1G, right? Every part of our body has evolved to work the best in 1G. There's 1G of force on everyone while you're sleeping. Your heart is used to beating with 1G pulling on it at all times. And we've seen the issues when astronauts are living in 0G in space. And what's going to happen to people when they have 6 months or so of travel, let's say, to Mars in 0G, and then land on Mars, and you have a third of that, and then maybe wait for the planets to align, another 6 months in 0G back to Earth. You're going to get back to Earth, and you're going to have problems. And even for people living the rest of their lives on Mars, there might be issues for 6 months in 0G, and then you're getting used to 3rd-G. So what I bring to this stage here is the idea of how can artificial gravity help, and how are we there yet to start working on it? My company is, kind of setting our little toe in the water for artificial gravity as we start working on putting experiments in space. We're looking at our first launch will be a 0G system for Axiom, and we're looking at 2027. And we'll do demo missions before that. So you can see 2026, maybe even 2025 for a demonstration of our technology. We have all of our own systems that we're developing, thrusters, shielding for the station, and everything else, even batteries, actually, which is kind of power is an interesting thing in space. Lithium-ion batteries can have issues, and we're developing our own safer technology for that. So I try to condense that down into like a really quick talk because I know we're about to hit lunch. I'm happy to take questions, or if everybody's hungry, we can just call it there.
You mentioned that, like in science fiction, they're always showing 1G in artificial gravity. A thing that's always bothered me is that we know that weightlessness is not sustainable for humans for a year plus because of the health effects. One thing that's frustrating about me about that though is we don't actually know where between 0 and 1 is, and so I don't know why an artificial gravity system would ever have to be 1G. I'm pretty skeptical that you'd have the same health effects even if you were on lunar gravity. I think you'd be significantly healthier. I think most of the effects would go away. Have you guys looked into that? Is there a whole scientific research on that I'm not aware of about what is the minimum amount that you could live indefinitely on?
We haven't been able, as humanity hasn't been able to simulate between 0 and 1. So that's why I was saying our experience is largely binary. You're either 0 or 1. So this is definitely something that we've looked at. We even talked to investors about it, about the value of being able to have that, the more of a gradient on your station. If the edge of the station is 1G, you can have a lunar gravity lab and you can have a Martian gravity lab without going to the moon or Mars. Does the edge of the station need to be 1G is a question that we're going to find out. And most likely the first rotating space stations will be much smaller. So the diameter is directly related to how comfortably you can live with a certain amount of gravity. And if you're aiming for 1G and you want to be sure people are going to be comfortable and not get sick from spinning, you make it like a 1 kilometer long station, which is really hard to do, right? And nobody's ever done it. But that's like what you see in 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, I mean, in my dreams, we have huge, like O'Neill cylinders eventually, and you do get 1G at the edges. Humans love 1G, and then you can even maybe have like some labs that are even farther than that if you want to do some experiments in higher than 1G, and maybe go to the gym and lift some weights in 1.2G or something like that.
Thanks. I was curious in hearing a little bit more about what sort of industrial use cases you might see. So obviously understanding the medical implications is important for the future of human spaceflight, but I'm interested in sort of where your company sees the future as far as opportunities like microgravity, drug manufacturing and pharmaceuticals, or metal processing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's what we're stepping in to the business case right now with, we're going to work on the commercial space business, and we don't want it to be NASA being the only customer. That's why NASA's going commercial with space stations, just like they did with launch and other things like that. So I see humanity getting, even sooner than we get to artificial gravity, we're going to get to 3D printing real usable organs in space and stuff like that, which is super cool. I know Redwire's already printed knee meniscus, eye retina, and like simpler geometries for biomaterial. And of course, there's going to be, so usually what I say is this, is there's when the Industrial Revolution happened, and the vacuum pump was invented, it really changed the game, because before that you didn't have anything for suction or sucking air. And when the vacuum pump was invented, every industrial process used it. It enabled shrink wrapping, and it enabled, you know, you think of the assembly line without a vacuum, it's not going to work so well. And that's kind of what the microgravity is. Microgravity is going to have a similar effect in terms of how much of a game changer it's going to be. And we don't even know what the possibilities are going to be when you can say, hey, what if we add no gravity to this process? How does it work? And the initial ones you think of are things like organs, because of, you know, when you 3D print something, you need scaffolding everywhere on the sides so that it doesn't fall apart. Well, in space, you can kind of just splooge everything together, and the water tension keeps it together. So that's my answer on kind of zero-G stuff for right now. The kind of ideal outcome is on an artificial gravity space station is you have a decoupled spin section where part of the station is spinning and part of it's not. So you're in the spinning part of it for, you know, going to sleep, using the bathroom, eating, and everything that you want gravity for. And then, you know, you wake up in the morning, you go into the non-spinning part, and that's where you do your work, your science, or there's all sorts of, you know, entertainment and play options that are going to come up about. You're going to see, you know, arena stuff, fights, or football games in zero-G that we haven't even invented yet.
Sorry.
Yes.
First of all, super excited to see this, because the microgravity gravity thing is one of the things that really holds us back from long-term permanency in space. So it's really exciting to see this. Wondering if you guys are looking at any other countermeasures besides just rotation. You already discussed the physiological difficulties the human body has with acceleration, rotation. Bodies just don't handle that very well unless you have great distances. Are you looking at other countermeasures that may either enable them to handle that at shorter distances, or research in that direction?
Well, I know NASA and the folks on the ISS have, you know, they have the exercise programs, and they're trying to do whatever they can in zero-G to counter the physiological effects of zero-G. I've done some thinking, and I've had many questions actually from people about, like, oh, what if we do like magnetized boots? And those really just make you stick to the floor. They don't affect the cells in your muscles from being in zero-G at all times. So, you know, if you have any ideas, so I'm happy to look into them. We haven't looked at other countermeasures. But I know the folks on NASA, you know, the exercise routines and all that. What else could there be in terms of countermeasures for the effects, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of direction for pharmacological, electrical muscle stimulation, things that can potentially make it so you don't need a full 1 kilometer to get a 1G effect.
I see. So she said, you know, things like electrical muscle stimulation, so that you don't need the full 1G station. And yeah, I mean, we may find out that when we have a third G station, a Mars gravity station, that everybody lives fine, and humans can do all the human activities, and it can work. Yeah, of course. Thanks for the question. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious if you have planned into your facility or have either protection from debris, or are you planning maybe moving further out of LEO?
It's a great question. We've been developing a MMOD shielding product that incorporates solar cells on it, and also has radiation protection and protects from kinetic energy. We were calling it Energy Cube for a little bit because it just that's kind of on the left side of the screen here is like a little call out of the module. I was calling it Space Armor for a while. And then another company came out and called their own product that was similar, Space Armor, kind of took that. So the debris thing is always kind of going to be an issue in low Earth orbit, and even more than that, drag. You know, you need to make your station a certain shape. There's a reason why, I was just talking to Patrick about this, that like the ISS has the solar kind of sails, you can call them, on the sides, and 2 of them, and they're symmetrical. If you remove one of them, the ISS is going to eventually get into a spin because of drag. And we basically see with all of the satellites and other things that we brought to space that debris shielding does work. We're making ours better and better. And you know, you send anything to low Earth orbit, and when it comes back, it looks like it has pinholes all over it. Yeah, so making the best products and also making it replaceable so you can repair it and replace it is kind of the solution for low Earth orbit. And we'd love to go farther out with future stations. And we had a talk earlier where we mentioned Gateway. I think Gateway is a little bit out there. I feel like we should first invest in the proper infrastructure closer to Earth and land on the moon with HLS. And so we'll see what happens there with Gateway. That's just my personal opinion about Gateway. I love it. I would love for us to have a human station around the moon, and you don't have to worry about debris as much around the moon, but there'll still be some sort of, you always have to have some sort of armor in space because you're traveling at, in low Earth orbit's case, 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, are you able to disclose at this time some of the basic figures of merit, such as how much does it mass as a total and how many crew will it hold?
So what you're seeing on the screen now is a concept called StarMax, where it's an 8-meter wide vehicle, and it can, let's see, so what I showed earlier, this has, I think, 3 or 4 bunks visible. It would easily hold 8 people in just one module. So one of these is about half of the volume of the ISS in just one launch. And of course, this is only enabled by Starship. So we are also building smaller modules, you know, 6-meter, which can launch on New Glenn, and earlier Starships that will have a smaller door, and 4-meter module, which is what we're going to launch as part of the Axiom mission. And so I don't have mass figures at my fingertips, but it'll, you know, a Falcon 9 will be able to lift our 4-meter module, so that'll give you a ballpark. And then, of course, the Starship is supposed to lift up to 150 pounds. So what you're looking at on the screen, fully decked out, I'm sorry, 100, did I say pounds? 150 metric tons. So yeah, that's the answer. I know everybody's hungry, so I'm gonna try to rapid fire it. I think he has the mic over there.
So, well, the artificial gravity part is very interesting, and I know it's kind of the main part of your talk, but I'm also intrigued by how you were saying that that you're thinking about how NASA is trying to commercialize space stations. I'm wondering, like, what are your thoughts on, do you think like the whole space industry will become commercialized eventually?
So one of my co-founders, Gary Hudson, who's an incredible person, famous for kind of snubbing Wernher von Braun back in his early career, and then he advised President Ronald Reagan on space policy in the 80s. He is kind of my mentor, and he always tells me that NASA was super against commercialization of the space industry back in those times. And they've since changed their tune a lot, right? And so we had the COTS program, and Gary was actually instrumental in starting the COTS program. That's the Commercial Orbital Transportation Systems, I believe is the acronym. And that's why we have the Cygnus cargo vehicle and the Dragon cargo vehicle, and now these human launches on Dragon and Starliner. God bless them. And so I think NASA's going to keep going with that because they see the model. They see the, I mean, for example, my company, we have venture-backed investments. And also with Lunasonde, it's NASA doesn't have to foot the whole bill, basically, if they can spread out their budget a little bit bigger. And I definitely think they're going to continue doing that. Yeah. Yes. Oh, sorry. Somebody has the mic.
I'll be quick. Thanks for the cool talk, Mike. I'm curious, when you do eventually get to the point of trying to implement an artificial gravity station, do you expect the form factor to be very similar to what we're looking at now, or will it be significant reengineering? Just going to stick a bunch end to end like VAST is planning, or what?
Yeah, VAST has a really good roadmap section on their website of going from a stick baton twirl station to eventually a wheel-shaped station. And of course, what you're looking at on your screen is just one module. You can see kind of the edges have one end has like a big cupola window, and the edge you're looking at right now has a CBM, which is the common berthing mechanism, which has a hatch on it on the inside, and you can attach the next module to it. So this could serve as the end of a station. You wouldn't really put windows on a spinning space station, right? You'd mostly probably want cameras, and you'd put your windows if there's a non-spinning section of the station, because you wouldn't want to get dizzy depending on how fast it's going. And the early stations that are spinning, they're going to be pretty small. So I think the easiest thing to do is a baton first and then a wheel. So I think VAST has got that right. And this is only spinning on screen just so you can look at the inside and the outside, by the way. So if we spun a module that's only 8 meters in diameter, that's vertically here, and 10 meters side to side, we would, if we spun it, we're not going to achieve much gravity without spinning it really fast. And if there's crew inside, they would get sick. So we've looked at a lot of different form factors for, and science fiction shows us a lot of different form factors for space stations. Gary, my co-founder, is a part of the Space Studies Institute. He's actually chair of Space Studies Institute, which is Gerard O'Neill's foundation. And Gerard O'Neill came up with the O'Neill cylinders, if people aren't familiar with it. And I'd love to see O'Neill cylinders, Bernal spheres, and all of that stuff. But we're really focused our engineering team on what's the best module that we can build now, and in the future we can connect them in any way, because if they can survive launch and they can survive being built with 1G, when they're in space and you start spinning them, they're going to be able to take those forces of going up to Martian G, and we can probably put them, we like to think of them as the Lego bricks of space. So you can build whatever you want with them, and we call it the ultimate building block.
I understand the spinning space station, particularly if it's not very large, is going to have a fairly noticeable Coriolis effect inside. And I understand it can have also disorienting effect on its human occupants, which we probably haven't really studied in real time yet. I'm just curious in terms of what parameters you think that might set in terms of the spinning speed or the percentage of gravity achievable relative to the size of the station. I mean, does one have to keep that effect below a certain level? Are there other ways to address the Coriolis effect on the astronauts so it doesn't interfere with their functioning?
Yeah, this is actually something that has been researched on Earth and is possible to research. I've done some research myself at the amusement park. If you ever go in the Gravitron, you can see how quickly it makes you feel sick, right? There's actually, in Boston, there's some research groups that have rotating laboratories where you can stand in it and you can like lean forward and it feels like you're standing up straight. On Earth, unfortunately, you can't really do a spin system that's straight out without, you can't remove the gravity, right? So that's why we kind of have to do the final experiments in space. But I mean, the answer is it's going to be an issue. Coriolis will be an issue. As I said before, you might be doing your sports games in 0G. If you did a sports game on a spinning space station or spinning part of your space station, you'd throw the ball and it would curve or go up or down, depending on which direction you throw it while you're spinning. So we get the idea that people are going to get sick when you spin them really fast, and so the answer is just make it a longer and longer station. And I think the first stations are going to be very experimental with astronauts that are trained to handle Gs, and they're probably going to be fine. And we're probably going to find out, my hunch is we're going to find out that half of people love hanging out in a spinning space station at a certain speed, and the other half really need that 1 kilometer wide 1G. And to bring, I think, is this the last question? Oh, hold on, we got one more. To bring it to like a look to the future, I would love to see a huge colony of, or settlement, I should say, of 5,000 people living on an O'Neill cylinder. And maybe when people retire and they get really old and people start getting sick, instead of going into hospice on 1G, maybe you just live in like 0.7G for the rest of your life. And wouldn't that be nice to kind of have gravity take less of a toll on you in your golden years?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, when you guys plan on assembling the Axiom, and would you guys be doing any fuel outposts?
Fuel outposts are a really fun use case for, when we raise money for our company, we have to talk about all the different ways that it can make money and not just be a commercial space station that replaces the ISS, because that is going to be, the funds there are going to be limited. And investors always say, what are the real use cases? What are the real business cases to get an economy going in low Earth orbit, for starters, eventually out there and beyond? And Fuel Depot is a really, really awesome one. There's lots of, even Starship is going to use refueling in low Earth orbit to get HLS to the moon sooner than anything else we've probably talked about. So that's a really good use case, and it's definitely one of them, along with data centers in space. There's lots of data going around in space that we send down to process. It takes up a lot of bandwidth. If you can process it in space, it's much easier. And there's a few more. Did I miss the first part of your question?
When did you plan on assembly of the Axiom?
So Axiom is going to launch their first module built by Thales Alenia, which is kind of the European module manufacturer that we're kind of the American version of them in some sense. And they're going to launch, I believe, in 2025, 2026. I don't remember their exact timeline, but they're going to attach to the ISS and begin the life as a segment of the ISS. And then in late 26, early 27 is the target date for our module, or I should call it a spacecraft, because it's not a permanent module, but it's more of a services spacecraft to launch their station and provide services for it.
You guys going to break away from the ISS when the ISS comes down?
Axiom station will break away from the ISS before it comes down, yes. Yeah, and then become a free-flying station. And that's all low Earth orbit. So thank you so much, James. Sorry for going late into lunch, everyone. Appreciate you.
Okay, everybody, we are dismissing for lunch. You have the next hour for lunch. You can check out the ground floor. There's food options down there, a couple of restaurants. You can pick up lunch there. Dr. Robert Zubrin is in room 334. You can meet with him, get books signed if you'd like. Upstairs, 334. Everybody's already on my way to lunch. Yeah.
Drapes. What an exciting event. So good to see you.
Yeah, I'm running around trying to make sure everything works. I've done this 3 years ago now.
Some great. What's that? Some great industry.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you. Yeah. I wrote that talk like 3 days ago. I was really, it's like I didn't have enough much time to practice as usual.
That's one's always come together.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those are non-trivial. Yeah. Yeah, I was glad I got a lot of questions.
Who was this young man? No kidding.
No, it reminds me of a little brother, Keanu. He's always like, he asks me all these questions about space, what I'm doing. So all these physics questions.
Right.
Yeah. He's 11.
Oh, I do also
Gravitics, right? Yeah. So are they doing all the space stations up for Axiom, or are they is actually doing something different? Oh, okay. Yeah. Really big deal. Yeah. In Axiom. Yeah, they came out of nowhere, and then now they're everyone. You can't look anywhere in the space and you're not seeing anything.
Hey. Have you been recording?
I'm not.
Not yet.
We were asking any room to set up, and then we're gonna go full right on the big guns.
Nice. So, all right, man.
Yeah.
No, this is just.
Yeah.
So much code. All right, so. I'm sure it's fine. After writing about the Black Ops mission.
What's the Black Ops?
Oh, the supposed to have an engineering sim mission. So we're not talking about the phone. You know, we're gonna do a mission ourselves for suits like the
yes,
you know, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
She likes that. Yeah. She's been writing, but she likes it. It's good. So that's wonderful.
All right, I'm gonna go set up the workouts.
So,
Okay, yeah. Spectacular. Suburbs on Mars. Yeah. So you have the energy cost to get to the ground space.
Oh, yeah. So Colin, no, I'm gonna do that space.
Interstate there.
Oh, yeah. It's pure auction.
Yeah, yeah.
I love the people have it. So, I saw that. Like, thank you. I want to. How accepted. But then,
Yeah. We'll see you around. Right, Mike?
You guys ready to talk to me?
Well, these guys were first, but we'll catch you later. Okay? We'll catch you.
Yeah, I really loved your, thank you. Thank you.
By the way, I was talking about the whole commercial change their ship balls. It's funny, the essence not going to die. Well, when I was raised to live on, I'm going to sell it part the inside. I'm actually going to get the fridge, centrifuge, only to work on the inside and be transferred.
Yeah.
So that's my assumption at the time.
Yep, I agree. I said I agree. Give me 1 second.
You guys, I mean, yeah, obviously, blank loan for 10 years in ISS with COAs, $1,200. 1 or 5 for loan. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm giving you this. At my sport, I couldn't say no. I was like, yeah, it would come on the left hole, like, you know, I'm ready to do. I'm like, you have seen the world I would see. That's quite beautiful, you know. It's not a hatch handle, it's a camera. So it's cool. It's a rare chance to film the first document of Gravitics, which just is mind blowing. I was like, wait, those are NASA asset tags. That I remember with the daughter, check out all the tags. Goes, yeah, that was like fun. I mean, really? Oh, fine. Oh yeah. I'm gonna bring it along, but I don't want to actually steal it or break it because that's not good. I'll probably donate to them. Probably in Seattle to do a flight because we're doing an ISS. Why? I'm like, I'm not going to Seattle. That's why. Yeah, put on loan some. That's fine with me. I was meaning it. I said, oh, heck yeah.
Go ahead and send that message. So I hope you
No, you're good.
have you been? Oh, cool. Very good. Nice to meet you.
I've been working on a project called Gravitics. Mapped the angular acceleration of systems, especially circles. President approaches NASA, and I don't have a big enough team to
Gymnastics, literally?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Gymnastronauts, I think it's the.
Okay, so for the pole and Skylab. Okay, I get that now. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, if we could motorize.
And the modules, you know, like that again, you know? Yeah, exactly. You know, that's the big one.
Slightly larger.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of tight in the inside, of course, you know?
Maybe it's a good like.
But the their downside, external things onto it.
Yeah.
They load it, can't outfit the inside of it to, on the ground, which is exactly, you kind of set it up once it's in place.
Right.
And also, they also require that as an Apple core, none of the inflatables are covered in the middle.
Right.
Our option is you may not, you may want to use your body, but at least the arena type one, you'll want it to be a big open space without that Apple core.
Right. Actually,
The first step was non-student.
Yeah. We're just even supporting that team. And that's more the role.
Yeah. During the past Olympics, as
I didn't see that, but I bet she was. I will find it.
Yeah, that's what I think. The first step, measure the angular momentum of the angular acceleration.
I'm not actually have to recreate some of your work in VR. I do a few times. Me, by trade, but I look at her, I actually sat myself and say, no one makes internal ISG commercially. I found it on my own. Computer 60. It's a case. Yeah, yeah. I was like, computer tubes. How much is it? Not always for a gift for you. And so I got modulars, acting down the end. So two of us have talking on she's talking. Lives in a 80-year-old resident. That is funny. The shaft. It's a lot more jam. But I'm also the NDRS there. I've got my own Mars package. Very similar to my own. Very similar. Yeah, and
so I know you can do that.
well, see, the most thing is it's so on top. This is some weird software. So I've heard like creative kind of stuff. So it actually is designed.
Yeah, you can sort of.
Oh, it is. I'm just jumping under. I'm an artist. I can't handle all that stuff. But you know, we can take pictures, right? You can find titles, right? So make answers. Exactly.
I was just working for Heiser. We had all the cloud credits that we could possibly want.
It is advantage of I was that the entire time. Just try to visual model down the hole.
Yeah.
I would my Heiser went so fast.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Is this a capture of actual interactive? I've done, I've put some VR stuff together, but not this can't grab on.
Oh, other thing I completely have when I come, I can grab myself, guess what, go. Now let's do this.
Wow.
It's like having KSP1, but in VR.
Wow.
But I put the system from Germany. The little company, the little stuff they have. Well, it's like endless step, right? So you know, two propelling, and it'll vector across. I mean, you follow what's vectoring across.
So like this.
Yeah.
So, can you import geometry or like you have to do it with all?
No. FPS, STL, anything you want.
Wow, that's
Not step though. Computers can do it. Yes. That's kind of
I got some good FBX files.
You're one I so it's all free software, and I the developer I designed it all supposed to be in my house. So, I've heard something called VR trap.
Yes.
Imagine that, but Beauty's okay. But it also has honor. So imagine Beauty's actually in that VR trap. So you just drag and drop an asset into the game, like this, and off you go. It's mind blowing. So I use for engineering. If I ever design products for clients, I'll design first in VR, then mistakes in VR, then the machine. I don't do it anymore. I just go right from concept VR to the Haas. That way I'm faster for 11 minutes.
Cool. Well, you're on LinkedIn?
I am. I think it's all wrong.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah, DK. I thought you got a truck in that thing. Actually, I actually work for Mars Society. I'm one of their engineers on the floor heating packing team for Hewlett.
Cool. So, how do you say it?
DEKLUYBER. That's like, man, I also make pressure suits. I make my own fun. I got one suit I made 2 years ago. I took out to Mars years ago. It holds 10 because over ambient. My current suit holds 20 over ambient. Runs at 3 to 5 PSI. And per my sport backpack has 8 hours of life force on it. Have CO2, water cooling, the whole works. Does the name plexiglass ring a bell? YouTuber. Potentially. He's his Mars days out at Utah, his little personal one. That's the current work on now. Actually, I also own the URL space. That's where I do all my publishing stuff. I bring it up right here.
Space.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty cool? $10 a year, I go to the house.
That's
good. So spacesuit.
So spacesuit.
Yep. He's a spacesuit.
He's Stacy. He's like some Anthony at Stacy.space.
Very nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, man, have a good one. I have a call.
Okay.
But I
Yeah, absolutely. We'll chat later on.
All right.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, likewise. And you said it, right?
Yeah, I like how you brought up the golden years. That's a really good concept for films. Like retirement years in 27 years.
It'd be nice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the artist will be here later to sign. Exactly.
I've done a little carbon.
I do not because the I'm sorry. I don't know for Robert. Yeah, well, no, because they're COVID. I see stuff in isolation. Right? It was, I'm selling the books and then people are tracking them down to get them signed. So let me know if you want something in that.
I had signed up.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Which one's the ADD or replace?
The case orders.
Okay.
First answer.
Right. Yeah, I'm pulling those off the other table, so I'll have everything. Right, that happened. Now you can write that. Yes.
Oh, right, yeah. These are nice.
Yeah, Brian, like I said, Brian will be here later. And So once you get these, signed, yeah. And I think I ended up purchasing the thing out there because it was $20 per book. Was that just for the sign? No. For sign free. Okay. Sorry, I can get money back. Okay. For he signed it too, all of them. All three, yeah, and I can show you the. Yeah. Something 6 right? That here, I only give you 50, so. Yep. So you should have bought the green. I could sign. Oh. My first experience was the same, but. Green. That's good. Where are you going? There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, there's our lunch. Haven't got me so much, that was nice. So, most of the dog sitting. Yeah, the other. Okay, good. Dylan. Hey, here's the, that was still setting up, but here's the table so far. Yeah, that's right. Well, there's all this way. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's kind of not sure why. It's yeah, now just some guys. Hey, I gotta go inside to walk my dog for 15 minutes. Okay, because I don't know. And how's everything there, baby? Never got. Very good. Done it. Sorry, you're back again.
That's what you see.
Okay. That's actually
Yeah, I hope good luck. Good luck. Thank you, Joe. Oh, he's a fish guy.
Right. Yeah, well. Yep. That's the thing that you put for you hear?
I know, like, how do you do it?
Yeah. Exactly. That's the squeaky bob. Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's insane. That's all right. That expired, but it's probably near the sell ID. Down it's that's easy by date. Yeah. I did actually yesterday. Oh, good. Right here. Good. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks. So you're in here. Display. All right, and it's a 5. Sure. Flag, so. Over. All right. That's right, that is true. That is so true. We have. That's right. Well, that's it, lady. You're selling my shit. What do you think of my price? 20 bucks per glass? Oh, you think it was more than that?
Why can't I see?
Yes. I mean, it's fun. Yeah, all sign up for lots of lots of. Oh. Water bottles. Thanks. One last picture. Ross touch. Oh, yes. Oh, that's on the south. That's why they go so perfectly. This one's not. All right, you paid. Let's go. I'm gonna go try to find Bob's phone. All right. Good. Oh, hang on, check out those things. We had a customer, all right? I feel it. Oh, Dr. Zubrin. I sit in the audience. Yeah, just stay here. Sometimes like I got the book, I was going to sign it. He thought it was. Yeah, you had any cash or? Yeah, it was because. Or I can go to the credit card thing. Yeah, it's so more because it was much at the market. Get transferred. Right. Okay. So really. Say what there's. All right. So I tapped it, and tapped, sorry, that'd be $200. Proceed. Email? I have 4 minutes. That's Bob. I have to try and get somebody saying, can you watch my dog? You know the famous story where somebody said, can you watch my dog, right?
I don't know.
That's what happened. Okay. Thanks so much. I didn't say, can you watch my dog? I said, sure, just give me some lunch.
Yeah.
So he got me some lunch. I have no idea.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Oh, you're on next one.
I'm not on there. I was remote.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Very good. Excellent. Can I help you? I have 2 Excel is the biggest, otherwise we can do online. That's correct. Oh, perfect. It is a $3 for secret. For what? Awesome. Very safe for that.
Patrick Grubbs.
That's very convenient. You say about panic or beauty.
Hi, Patrick. Are you in person or virtual?
They can text or email or I can't.
I'm at the, if you want to load your slide deck.
Perfect. Thanks so much. All right. Yes. I can do an insert as well. Hang on, let me try to get that working. I tried it once before and it didn't work. We're going to make it work. Yeah, it is. I'm going to have some scientific. Go ahead. Isn't that magical? Isn't that great? Kind of.
The books out front, are we supposed to take one of them?
The conference notes, yes. The other books.
Not the big thick books, the other ones that are being signed.
Hello.
That's ground.
One very, yeah.
I have no idea. Let me fill up again.
Okay.
You're welcome. Yeah.
There was one browser with
Hey. good presentation. Do you have it? I can also email it. I put it in the Dropbox.
Let's see, go in the Dropbox. I can pull it up really easy. Patrick Grove, there he is. Okay, cool.
So do I have to do some shenanigans with the switching screen?
Nope, it's just a normal PowerPoint for you.
It looked tough for everyone else.
Yeah, it was, there were a few things we were doing special this morning. But now you should be set here.
I want to
So
see if the videos at the end are, I guess, well, we have time to start. I don't know if we want to wait for people to trickle in.
yeah, you can totally go ahead and test it out. Go ahead.
Cool.
It should work because I downloaded it.
Yes, this is the video. Okay, yeah, it's working. Okay. Do you want me to get started on time, or
You can start whenever you'd like. I mean, I'd say let's wait 2 more minutes.
Sure.
Yes, we are. Basically,
I like the Marshian.
All right, guys, I think we'll go ahead and get this one started. People can just trickle in as they would like. Thank you all for being here. It's a joy and a pleasure to present at the Mars Society for the first time. I am Patrick Grove. I am a co-founder of the Spring Institute for Forests on the Moon, and we are a nonprofit volunteer research organization based in France, but pretty international. We've got 2 goals. The first one I'm going to talk about today, and it is to develop closed ecological life support systems for use on Earth, but of course, as well as for use on other planets. And secondarily, we have a lot of education and outreach initiatives working on space democratization in nations that don't have space programs. But I'm not going to talk about that today. Today, we're talking about the Martian, which I'm not pandering to the Mars Society. I was already calling it this before we got here.
come on,
There's a little bit of pandering. And this is a design for a waste treatment wetland, which is a really interesting solution for recycling human solid waste. But first of all, why are we even talking about that? It's because the current state-of-the-art environmental control and life support system, such as the one we find on the International Space Station, does a fantastic job keeping people alive. But it is not extremely efficient at recycling resources. Some parts of the waste loop, such as the water loop, is extremely efficient. With the addition of the brine processor assembly to the International Space Station a few years ago, their water recycling capacity is up to like 98%. Excellent, really good. They do a really great job at regenerating oxygen as well with the Sabatier process and other things. But interestingly, waste management is completely unaddressed in the current paradigm. And I find it very telling here that they actually they bundle both like human solid waste feces with all of the other waste that we would produce, like packaging, because they don't intend to deal with any of it. But of course, if we want to go live on Mars, we don't have the luxury of being nearby for resupply rockets as frequently as we need them. So we have to go with as self-sufficient and self-sustaining a system as possible. What's interesting is that we are doing a really bad job at solid waste recycling, even here on Earth. If you look at, for example, the many Antarctic research stations, there was a study done a few years ago where they surveyed all of them, and only 50% of them had any sort of waste treatment plan. The other 50% were just discharging the waste directly into ice crevasses to go into the ocean, which is permitted by the Antarctic Treaty on Protection, blah, blah, blah. It's a long name. That's obviously not great. Another thing, the Mars Desert Research Station, which you guys are probably familiar with, they, for a long time, were doing a septic tank setup, which is just where you let all of your waste build up in this big tank, and then it slowly leaches out into the environment at a rate that is probably not harmful. They upgraded to a composting toilet, but this isn't really an upgrade in terms of closure, because composting toilets work by, they just allow all of the water and the gases in the waste to volatilize over time. They don't even actually create compost. It just creates like a dried, less offensive version of the waste. And you can't use it to grow food without further processing anyway. So this is just another stopgap solution that is not working towards fully closing the waste loop. And the reason is not just for sustainability. This is like a very significant cost savings opportunity. Using these figures that I grabbed online, if you consider the 7 crew that are on the ISS plus 2 right now, each of them comes with 128 kilograms of waste per year. And right now, what the International Space Station does with solid waste is the Universal Waste Management System just bags it, and then they send it on the return vehicle to be jettisoned into the atmosphere and burned. So we're all breathing in astronaut poop particles, but the amount of money it costs to raise the mass of their food and their thus waste is pretty staggering. $83 million a year just to support the people in the International Space Station. If you put the same people on the moon and did the same thing where we're not recycling waste, you're spending over $1 billion of mass that is completely wasted. Clearly, that is not going to cut it until we get billionaires, at least, to fund the whole thing for us. So how does waste treatment work in general? It's pretty simple, and every solution uses some combination of these 3 phases. Primary treatment is just where you are trying to get the solids of your waste removed from the effluent stream. Typically, that's what a septic tank does. For example, you just have some baffles, you wait for gravity to sort it out for you. Solids stay on the bottom, you dredge it out every X number of years. All of the nutrient-rich water goes into phase 2, which is where you're actually remediating the water to using microbes in every case, even in our municipal water treatment, which I'll get to in a bit. This is where you're taking the nitrogen and the phosphorus and all the other useful elements back out of the waste. And the objective for waste treatment on Earth is just to make the water clean enough to reintroduce to the environment without hurting the environment. It doesn't produce potable water unless you then go to a 3rd treatment, which is polishing, where you're like really removing the very last vestiges of nutrients from the water that might contribute to eutrophication. But importantly, it also removes all the pathogens, which are not typically removed by the 2 previous steps. So how do we treat waste? Well, you guys are probably familiar with a municipal sewage treatment plant. It uses the same steps I was talking about. Those giant circles, ponds, are the microbial bioreactors that are doing the phase 2 of removing the nutrients from the water. At home, often in like off-grid or isolated remote communities, we're doing septic tanks, which just leach the waste out into fields slowly over time. This works for really small communities or homesteads. What I'm going to talk to you guys about today is the constructed wetland, which is where you artificially create a wetland which does these same treatment phases of settling and then also the remediation of the water using mostly plants and other microbes to accomplish the same thing. I'm not going to talk about the many other ways you can treat waste, even though a lot of these are really good options for space. For example, if you're familiar with the MELISA program that the European Space Agency is doing, it's essentially a series of biodigesters or bioreactors that are using various microbial metabolisms to convert the waste into various resource streams, like for growing higher plants or algae. And then they recycle it all into a permanently closed loop by like taking the biomass generated in these bioreactors and feeding it back into the beginning. But that's not very efficient because you're spending energy to convert nutrients and you're only taking out a small part of it. Constructed wetlands, how do they work? Really simple. Remember those 3 phases I talked about? We're only talking about the first 2. Polishing thing is pretty optional. In general, you perform the settling mechanically through gravel filtration. And that's what you're seeing here with the pipes that they're putting the macerated waste effluent on top of this wetland. It then infiltrates into the gravel, and in the gravel, the roots of the plants are uptaking some of those nutrients, but mostly it's the microbes that are colonizing the gravel that are transforming it back into bioavailable forms of nitrogen, such as nitrate, for example. Importantly, you can see we've got these air pipes here, and that is to encourage an aerobic metabolism, an aerobic environment all the way through, so that you are not producing all of the smelly parts of waste treatment. When you think of like septic tanks, you think of like the methane or the sulfur smell, and that's because the microbes there are doing anaerobic respiration. This can be useful too if you consider it's really common to want to use methane as a rocket propellant. And you could, for example, take a constructed wetland and induce anaerobic metabolism in the substrate to generate methane, which you could then collect and use for rocket fuel. And that is an effective way to convert poop into fuel, better than burning it directly anyway. So what do these look like in practice? Typically, you line up a bunch of those constructed wetlands in series. So you can perform the steps in different places. And what's really interesting is that biology has this common paradigm of being self-organizing, of being self-reproducing. And so unlike machines, which require spare parts, which require maintenance and a lot of technological upkeep, any biological organism can make more of itself. It can also repair itself. Storing them can sometimes be difficult, but not really in the case of seeds or inocula from bacteria, for example. But this is an example of a waste treatment wetland. You can see the first 2 phases, and then at the end, they've got just a retention basin to store the treated water. This is a diagram of how we imagine this working on the moon. And I have to apologize. I know this is the Mars Society, but I'm the Spring Institute for Forests on the moon, so we have like priorities. But the cool thing is that this system works anywhere with sufficient gravity, which means it's a really bad option for something like low Earth orbit, but it works on, theoretically, any planet because it uses local resources like regolith and very minor amounts of imported material, such as seeds. As you can see here, the idea is you take the waste from the settlement and you pipe it into the system, which does the same things I described. You use the microbial action that are living in the regolith, as well as the phytoremediation from the plants to slowly remove nutrients and to produce not clean water, but water that is not dangerous anymore. And one of the fun things about using an ecological approach to life support systems is that any space you dedicate to an ecosystem is also human livable space. And so we think that it is important, as we've seen with astronaut psychology experiments and studies, that they have access to nature. And this is a really efficient way of providing productive nature right where they are. This is just the version of it with more words. I show this picture because this is almost exactly the same footprint as this diagram should be. It's about 16 square meters. This is an example of, actually, it's a great analog because this is a semi-closed waste treatment wetland in India, where you can see quite clearly the the various stages of treatment, the primary stage and then the secondary stage, as well as the different uses of grasses. And I want to point out here that you don't have to use a very specific species of grass or a very specific type of microbe. Nature is self-organizing. So you can throw any waste in here, and the microbes that are best adapted to this waste stream will become the ones that are the most prevalent in the microbial community. Over time, waste treatment wetlands improve their efficiency. It should be admitted that it's a biological system, so it has other constraints, like temperature, for example. They don't operate as efficiently or as quickly if it's cold, but there are very functional examples of waste treatment wetlands, even in the Arctic Circle in Canada. Also, it doesn't have to just be grasses. You could be growing potentially useful products in there for food or fiber or pharmaceuticals. Like up at the top, I think those are papyrus reeds on like the top half of that, which obviously have a lot of use for fiber or paper. I've seen, well, I guess we will all see in just a moment, an example of growing edible things in a waste treatment wetland. The largest closed ecological system to date is Biosphere 2, of course. And in addition to being an excellent example of an analog facility, they were also one of the first examples of waste treatment wetlands put to productive use. So this is the engineering schematic of the water system, but specifically when you go in here and look, they've got these beds that are artificial wetlands contained in a metal box. They've got baffles to slow the water, so there's more contact time with the microbes. You can see they've got a diversity of plants. Mark Nelson was one of the original biospherians who, in fact, these days, he runs, it's called Wastewater Gardens International, and his career is building these waste treatment wetlands. I actually consulted him for help on this paper. He told me that he grew edible things in the wetlands, but he recommended you don't choose root crops because those are directly in contact with all of the pathogens. So probably fruit that's above the ground. And also, as you guys know, Biosphere 2 was mostly closed. And so this is a really good example of how it might look if we were to employ a similar process on the surface of the moon or Mars. Now, of course, always a question with biological systems is what scale is necessary for this to work the way we expect it to. And for a lot of reasons, that is, I mean, that's a huge question that's not yet addressed because the science of closed ecosystems is still quite young. But here we took kind of the standard for people in a crew. And so with their amount of wastewater production, compared to on Earth, where people use quite a lot of water in the space station, they're only allowed to use 15 liters per day for both drinking and hygiene. And so we can kind of calculate using our current expectations for Earth wetlands. It's something between 2 and 4 meters of wetland per person to process all of the waste produced, which puts us about 16 meters for the whole thing, hence the picture of this thing. Interestingly, the water cycle in such a system, if we want this to be as passive as possible, we'd have to try to induce rain, because that's how it works on Earth, especially when you consider the context that many of these early analog, or many of the early bases on the moon and Mars will be uncrewed for months at a time. We need a system that can self-regulate and run autonomously, which, to be fair, nature has been doing here on Earth for billions of years without our help. It could probably manage in space if we give it the right environment. We have been modeling the interior of this dome and how the water will act. In a closed ecosystem with sufficient water, you kind of assume 100% humidity, so everything is wet all the time. And that's fine, but since we have a concern about pathogens, we can't drink any of the water. Unless you distill it, which is what we are trying to do here by implementing this water condenser technology that was developed in Germany, and basically it just uses sunlight, like everything else in the ecosystem, to condense the water out of the air so you can harvest it. Interestingly, given our the size of our 20-meter dome here, this is exactly, well, 10 meters of that would be enough to produce enough potable water for all 4 crew with some to spare. So you can imagine that it works with non-potable water The rest of the ecosystem is working with the remainder of the non-potable water. This is going to be a little bit less relevant to all of the really hard Mars people in here, because thermal and light management will frankly be a lot easier on Mars. In fact, everything about this will be easier on Mars. But on the moon, we have some interesting options in terms of where we might locate this. Of course, you guys are probably familiar with the peaks of eternal light, the crater rims around the poles of the moon. It's light almost all the time. You don't have to worry about the lunar night, which is 14 days of frigid cold. And that is obviously really nice for an ecosystem, which is dependent on light. But there's another option, which are these mid-latitude pits, which we've recently learned are like quite balmy, like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 17 degrees Celsius on average throughout the whole year, regardless of the lunar night or day status, which it's probably easier to only manage your thermals and just assume artificial light all the time. But there are also some pretty good strategies for getting around the light thing too. If you consider the thermal environment of the moon, which we don't need to go into the specifics, it's very cold and very hot. You can simulate a dome with 100 square meters of surface area. And if you have no insulation, it's just like a greenhouse. The heat flux is massive, especially at night. You can see this is back of the napkin math, but in order to radiating that amount of heat is not insane, but keeping that amount of heat in at night is quite insane. On the flip side, if you had no glass, the whole thing was covered in extremely efficient insulation. This is not a typo. Those are order of magnitude lower numbers. If you turned on the lights at night in this scenario, you would be generating so much heat that you would need to be radiating it even at night. So you can see that there's like quite a lot of flexibility in how we might want to set up. Like, are we going to do the greenhouse style where it's like transparent, or are we going to try to bunker down and live underneath, probably in a lava tube or something? There's a very specific and interesting strategy that is opened up in dormancy. There's this NASA study in the late 90s where they simulated the effect of the lunar night on agricultural plants. So it's 2 weeks of light, 2 weeks of dark. And what they did was they brought the temperature down to just 1 degree above freezing during the dark period. And this was enough to maintain the plants alive. And then when they introduced 1% of their typical light, which could be something like earthshine, for example, the plants actually continued growing at a higher photosynthetic efficiency than they do in full light. So they weren't growing as fast, but they were growing very efficiently throughout the whole 2 weeks of darkness. And then when the lights came back on and the temperature came back, the plants just kept going. You can imagine that this dramatically changes the amount of energy you might have to spend during the night, and it also really increases the resilience and the robustness of such a system. How are we going to build it? Ideally, we can build it with things that we find there, and the only thing we need to bring from Earth are the biological components to get it started. Like I said, all of these biological things are self-reproducing, so if you come with your grass seeds and your fungus spores, your bacterial cysts, eggs for your little aquatic invertebrates, you can bring all of this stuff in a backpack and be able to seed a dozen such systems. And then once you've got one built, you can use it to build more. The question is really, how do you build the environment? Of course, there's a lot of options. We could try bringing in inflatable. We could hope that manufacturing capacity is already existing on the surface of the moon or Mars. And then both planets have access to plenty of useful materials for this. Of course, there's lots of iron on Mars, and there's lots of aluminum and titanium on the moon, and they've both got plenty of silicon for glass, so we're not really missing anything there. Really, the question is, how are we gonna do the atmosphere? And that's a tough one. It would be nice if we could just use bacteria to convert all of our waste back into the nitrogen gas, but I did the calculations, and to fill like the 1 ton of atmosphere that would be needed in the system we're describing, it would be several metric tons of poop. And so that's like clearly not the answer. Maybe these guys who are working on the asteroid prospecting, Lunasonde, they can help us out with that. but it's likely that atmosphere is something that we'll have to carry along with us. We already talked, I think, pretty well about the condensation and the light and thermal. What's really interesting about the system is where a municipal sewage treatment plant has, lots of employees working on it all the time. This is a biological system that takes care of itself. And the maintenance here is copied from a paper about one of these in France. And note that the only actual time cost is on the cleaning and the extraction of the sludge. But note that they say you do this once every 10 years. So this is like a almost entirely autonomous system with extremely minimal crew time, which is an extremely valuable factor, especially in these early colonization scenarios where you only have 4 people and they all have to do everything. So if you can assume that the waste treatment is taking care of itself, you really open up a lot of space for them to be working on better, higher value add activities. So the last thing I'm going to show you guys is we were supposed to start putting into practice this idea this summer, but our intern didn't show up. And so we didn't get as far as we were expecting. But I do have this really small demonstration. This is lunar regolith. I'm sorry, it's not the same as Mars regolith. Frankly, I think Mars regolith is just better for life in every way. The perchlorates are not a big deal at all. You could wash them out, or you can just use halotolerant species. But what's really interesting is lunar regolith, which is commonly considered to be extremely sharp and toxic and terrible, is maybe not as hostile to life as we expected. What you're looking at here is a little jar full of, I just took some water out of my aquarium and I threw some moss in there, and I put the whole thing on top of LHS-1 lunar regolith from Exolith Labs. This is sort of the premier regolith simulant right now. And according to all of our expectations, this is extremely sharp, toxic, and it should kill all of the life and machines that it comes into contact with. But what we're seeing here is that this aquatic ecosystem is not only adapted to, but is completely thriving. You're looking at all of these little microcrustaceans, ostracods, copepods, there's some freshwater snails. They're all loving it. They're not upset at all. You can see in this next slide, specifically down in the substrate is so fine, it's so powdered that it's hydrophobic. And so you can see down at the bottom, you can't see my mouse, at the bottom layer, there's no water down here. But you can see these worm burrows from the detritus worms, the segmented worms that are, you can also see kind of wiggling around. They are pushing not only water down into regoliths so that it can be mechanically and chemically remediated by the environment, but you can see there's like several soil horizon layers beginning to form where they're pushing detritus down into the regolith as well. And this is really critical if we're ever going to talk about agriculture on the moon or Mars, is how do we turn regolith, a lifeless and hostile chemical substance, into soil, which is a living biomatrix that is facilitating plant growth, nutrient retention, and water retention. And this is literally the process of that happening in real time. So pretty promising results for the swamp I want to put on the moon, and probably has a lot of applications to Mars regolith as well. So I'm going to end my talk there, and I've got a few minutes for questions. Super cool.
Fascinating talk. I'm wondering, since you mentioned Mars at the end, if there's any kind of a research institute or company that might be interested in pursuing a combination of the remediation you just described with what an earlier speaker talked about, which is the bioleaching to get the perchlorates out of the Martian soil, because I think that could be extremely interesting to actually produce our agricultural useful soil for a Martian settlement if those two could be combined somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an area of active research. And in fact, one of my good friends and my mentor, Christine Eqbal of Space Lab Tech, she was recently just named the PI for the Artemis 3 leaf mission, where they're going to go grow some plants on the surface of the moon. But she also has an SBIR from NASA for a bioleaching study, which is exactly that. It's how can we use microorganisms to make regolith more amenable to life, or also to extract resources from it. I think they're doing lunar regolith, but the process is effectively the same for Martian. Yeah, good question.
Okay, if you can sterilize the waste products, what's the potential of using the carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus directly for producing food?
Yeah, and that is a good point because in this system, all of those nutrients are being converted into another biomass, which might not be useful in the term of like grass or whatever. That is an excellent point, Dr. Tab. I would say that we should consider biomass to be a sort of currency in space in the same way that we do delta V, because unlike other feedstocks like nitrate fertilizer, biomass is energetically easier to convert to useful resources, such as just cutting down the grass and composting it to put in your system. Or if you're running hydroponics, you'd have to get the nutrients back out. So you'd actually just be taking the nutrient effluent from an earlier stage in the wetland and applying that directly to the crops after having some pathogen processing.
So I manage the Mars Desert Research Station, and yes, we have a composting toilet. It's a very suboptimal system overall. And bottom line is we still pump out the septic every couple months. I mean, that's like, we have to do that. I hate paying that bill. It's $700, you know, every few months. If we could hire you for 20 minutes, what would be a good high level approach for us to do something closer to fully regenerative fully bioregenerative life support with our toilet system at MDRS?
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, we're in the middle of the Utah desert.
Right.
We're trucking up our water, so there's limited like facilities overall.
Definitely, that is a great question. Also, certainly these sorts of wetlands do exist in desert regions around the world, but you're right that wetlands are intrinsically more difficult to pull off. In that case, I would probably suggest like a similar technology, which is called like a biological contactor or like microbial mats, where you just use, it's like an engineered version of the system where it happens in like a much more compact box. And so it is more bioregenerative than closed ecological, but you're getting the same microbial action and you can optimize the process because it's effectively an air bioreactor.
Okay. So that would reduce the amount of stuff we're pumping out of the septic.
I mean, in this scenario, we're still talking about a closed loop, and here you're getting out the nutrient effluent, which then you have to do something with. And in programs like Melissa or in the Lunar Palace in China, they feed that effluent directly into an algae bioreactor to do oxygen regeneration.
Cool. Any other questions? I'm familiar with what Biosphere 2 SAM is doing with their mushroom kind of recycling.
Yeah, I'm actually very close friends with Sean Gellenbeck, who's running the mushroom part, and also Kai Stats. We've talked about trying to install the Martian there once this idea is more advanced. So maybe you'll see it the next time we do the world's biggest analog down at Biosphere 2.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, who is next? Marshall Martin, are you in the room, Marshall? Oh, cool. That's Colin. Yeah, Colin's next. Sorry, I'm looking at an old schedule. Did you guys get the new schedule update that we had handed out? We had like a one sheet of the schedule. Did you guys happen to get that this morning? Yes, no? Yeah, Colin. Yeah, I know. I was just making sure you guys knew who's next. Hey, Colin. Hey. Looking good. All right. We got a crowd here waiting to hear what you have to say. So take it away. Yep, you're good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm still watching the the presentation up there. I was watching Pat's thing. My bad. How are the vocals?
I'm sorry.
How are the vocals? My audio's coming through?
Yeah, we're reading you loud and clear. You sound great.
Excellent. Lima Charlie, sounds good. Okay, well, we'll throw right into this then. So I'm going to try to share my screen. I'm a Zoom guy. Which one is share?
It's the square with the up arrow.
There we go. And okay, yeah. Can you see the slides there?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Well, hey, thank you everybody for showing up to the presentation and for coming out to the Mars Society. Thank you, James and Pat. Thank you very much. That was great. I really appreciate the presentation there. So my name is Colin Lennox. I am a biofilm reactor ecologist. You can call it a couple different names. Went to school for English at Penn State. Dad was a biofilm teacher, so to speak, for Penn State as well. So I kind of inherited the family business. And what we do is build self-organizing wetland bioreactors. Sowbs is what I call them. I've been working in acid mine drainage for about 15 years, wastewater treatment for just about as long, and have been interested in the Mars Society, presented 2019, 21, 23, and then this will be number 4. And today is going to be part 4. Although some of you, if you've seen this before, Pat and of course Dr. Taub out there in the audience. Hi, Frida. I heard you asking a good question there earlier. I've seen some of this before, but still for some of you, it's going to be brand new. So I'm going to start off with, just real quick then. So the name of the title is Self-Organizing Wetland Bioreactors. It's a component for biological life support systems, BECLS, ECLS, whatever, for regolith, atmospheric, nutrient, and waste cycling. And then I'm here representing my business, Eco Islands, as well as Arcology X. And I'm flying out to Montana to build our next large-scale reactor here in about 2 weeks. So first off, what is a wetland? Well, sounds kind of obvious, but it holds water, right? Most of the time, not always. Water moves through it. There is an influent and an effluent. There's a high surface area to volume. You think about all the wetland plants, all the detritus. And, once again, this goes directly back to what Pat was just talking about just a few moments ago. So this is kind of an expansion upon some of the work that he's been doing. And Pat actually found me here about last year, 2 years ago. Came across my website, and so we've been talking ever since. Great guy. But in addition, there's high biomass to volume. You have to have a lot of biofilm and other plant matter upon which that biofilm is attached. Not in its pelagic phase, but in its attachment phase. It cycles matter and energy. And there's lots of ways that it's cycling matter and energy, both biotic and abiotic, whether it be just settling of total suspended solids or using different materials in that waste stream as different metabolites for different versions of metabolic processes, and we'll talk about that more in a moment. And now Pat had said that self-organizes. I'm glad that he primed the whole audience for that. Absolutely correct. That a wetland self-organizes, but you ask, okay, well, but how does it self-organize? And from everything that I've seen, read, and for the 40 or 50 reactors I've built for mine drainage and wastewater over the years, it's based off of the Gibbs free energy. And the prevailing atmosphere. And I threw in a little Barry Gibb roll there, just, staying alive. And what is a bioreactor then? So we talked about what a wetland is, but what is a bioreactor? Sometimes you just got to break it down. You think but it's okay to get an explanation every once in a while, at least my take on it. Now, it is bioreactor does predictable and reproducible work. And I mean that in the classical sense of work. Essentially, it's a biological engine when we're doing it purposefully for, say, like wastewater treatment, as somebody been asking just a few moments ago. Biological engine ruled by the laws of conservation of energy and mass. Basic physics principles. Carry it chemically into the biological, and you're still doing with the same thing. You still have to worry about enthalpy, and just the overall heat energy in a system. All of these will play into the efficiency of changing a waste stream into something useful. Now, it catalyzes reactions using useful byproducts. In this case, that then gets you biological in situ resource utilization. So it's a wetland in a box or a pipe, whatever, in whatever form it should look like. And it's catalyzing reactions that can then be used to produce other things that are not only novel but useful towards supporting any kind of whether it be Luna on Mars, 0G, or what's most important to me here on Earth, because we gotta, here we can fail, up there we can't. But then what's a natural wetland? Now, self-selecting and organizing. EPA uses the term natural attenuation. I like that term. So I still keep it in there. I haven't found a better one yet. But a constructed or manufactured wetland are the conscious selection of environments to cycle matter and energy, knowing what the roadmap is of what gets remediated or used up at what point within the process as it travels through a series of reactors. And then, so bioreactors, just a little bit, to kind of bring it back to Earth, specific and by definition, natural wetlands, methane digesters, reclamation ponds, fish tanks. The very small lunar regolith unit that Pat has been working on there is a classic case of that. It's a really great desktop way of then spiraling that up into something useful, and it's good analog for what Dr. Eqbal or Christine is also working on as well. Genius. Wastewater treatment plants, wine and beer vats. Now, technically, that's more of a totally enclosed system, and it's more of a batch reactor where you start with a whole bunch of sugar, and you got your yeast in there, and your water, and you're trying to make alcohol. And generally, you don't open it back up again until a process is achieved its steady state, where it's not producing any more alcohol to the point that the obligate alcohol producers are killing themselves off because they're just steeped in their own alcohol and their own waste products. Good for us, bad for them. But then also, if you continue those definitions and get kind of loose with them, you got people, plants, box turtles, and of course my dog River over there. And it's been said at the Mars Society before, but if we are bags of mostly water, so said the crystalline entity. So I saw that episode when it came out back in the 80s. It's still pretty well correct. In which case, are we a wetland that is just self-organizing, self-reproducing, but we've got this permeable membrane that keeps us all pulled together? Yeah, just that one's sort of fun to think about. Now, getting into the meat and potatoes. Okay, we were talking about Gibbs-free energy, and so what forms where is based off of the metabolic triplets. Where's the carbon coming from? What's the energy source? And what's the exhaust gas? And pretty much in every single case, the exhaust gas is oxygen, but whether it's tied up through covalent bonds or otherwise with other things like sulfur or nitrogen, selenium, methane, iron, or carbon dioxide itself, breaking those bonds and the energy that is required to overcome or to catalyze the breaking of those bonds, how much energy you get out of the entire reaction determines what sorts itself out where. For instance, we're looking here at the redox ladder. This is pretty basic wetland remediation information, where you've got the most energetic triplets, where you've got atmospheric oxygen. And once again, I'm talking about within a water column, in a wetland underwater, with oxygen for the free atmosphere here on Earth up above. So you've got dissolved oxygen is the oxygen source, and your carbon source could be carbon dioxide or it could be organic carbon. It just depends on what your metabolic pathway is. But the thing to note, though, is that if the dissolved oxygen is the most efficient, then what is the least efficient that is still capable of producing energy enough to allow for not only metabolism, but reproduction and fecundity, which is the continuation of that microbial niche within a certain spot. And in this case, that's methane digestion, the reduction of carbon dioxide in the water to produce CH4 or methane coming off of that can then be degassed, and that's your methane digesters. In between each one of those points, fully aerobic to fully anoxic or methanic, are all the other different stages, at least within, and this is only within the living systems. I mean, you can have redox much higher and much lower. A lithium ion battery, it's a redox potential. It's got a voltage of, I think, like better than 3 volts or something like that. So you obviously stepping outside, looking at the whole chemically, you can have a lot more energy inherent in how much, well, either ATP or electricity in the form of millivolts is produced between those two different points. But looking at this, so you go aerobic, essentially it's a map. It tells you what's next. So you're going to have aerobic, then here you see your denitrifiers and nitrification, then on to manganese, then iron. Now they don't have selenium in here, but selenium is above sulfate, as in it produces more energy, and it has a higher ORP than sulfate, but then sulfate and then your methanogens. And in a self-organized wetland reactor system that is long enough, assuming that it has all those different constituents, that heterogeneous mix of pollutants within that load, it'll go through those different steps. And it will then essentially give you biological distillation, where as you consume all the oxygen, you fundamentally change the environment so that all the oxidizers can't reproduce anymore. Well, what's next? Well, then it kicks over to the NO3, or your nitrate. And then after that, you burn all that up, which is, by the way, why it's very difficult to hold on to nitrogen, and why it is the primary reason that is holding up production of, crops throughout the planet, that we have to add nitrification because it's so easy to lose. And then you go on manganese, which is kind of one of my major things. Manganese, the new stuff with the dark oxygen and manganese nodules is just blowing my mind. For anybody else out there, that's a biggie. That one's real big. If I'd had more time, I would have made this entire presentation about that. Then we go on to iron reducers. But anyway, the idea is that it's predictable and you know where you're going. So let's see, just reading off my own stuff here, can produce electrical current. And that this is the most biology can squeeze out of biochemical bonds as far as I know. I'm not technically a microbiologist, but just moving on here. And this is for the engineers out there. That in this context and application, Sowbs are multi-fuel, multi-oxidant biological engines that self-organize to use each reductant and oxidizer sequentially based on the energy released and availability of the metabolic pathways. And that metabolites do appear to be, they can just be skipped right over if the genetics aren't present. And once again, this is in an open environment where all the genetics that are capable of doing all of that oxidizing and reduction are available, which means we got to take it with us when we go up. And if it dies while we're up there, say your wetland crashes, wastewater treatment wetland crashes, CRISPR, maybe we can just go ahead and resynthesize it. I don't know enough about it to be able to say, but okay. I mean, I'm willing to give that one a shot. Or you're bringing it with you in ice cubes. And of course, you're taking samples and holding on to them and storing them back like your seed vault while you're there in case something crashes. Okay, so here's some of the other units that I build these by hand. That's all HDPE, and every single one of them is already redundant, inferior to what we're getting ready to build next. But you can see then, so just for instance, say you had, and these are all oxidizers. This is a mine drainage site in Pennsylvania where it's iron, aluminum, and manganese are the issues. Actually, no, not iron, it's manganese and aluminum. And as the system, water passes through the system from the seep, it goes through limestone for buffering. We don't have any sulfate reduction in this system. That's another whole presentation. But the idea being that as you're moving through the system, now that it's capturing the suspended solids, the aluminum, as pH is adjusted and the soluble metals begin to become unsoluble, they'll oxidize and then precipitate on different kinds of matrix that you can use. Now, when I say matrix in a standard wetland, normally the matrix is the plants, but you don't need that. You can cheat. These are not phytoremediation systems. This isn't a system where you have both plants and the microbes one on top of each other. But you kind of still do, because I use shredded up coconut husks. It's made out of lignin. And lignin is very difficult to break down. If anybody's ever watched that TV show about the Pirates of Oak Island or whatever it was, they found coconut coir there that was something like 200 years old, because under a reduced conditions, it doesn't break down at all because it needs a lignase produced by fungi. Fungi are eukaryotic and they're aerobic. So once you drift into the anaerobic systems, after you've used up all your soluble dissolved oxygen, and there's not much to begin with in the first place, because it's all temperature dependent, it will you can burn through your O2 real fast, real fast, because it's highly energetic as far as its metabolic couplet goes. Triplet, it's producing 32 ATP. That's the reason we've got these big multicellular bodies that we can just walk around and talk to each other, because we're using the most efficient so far metabolic triplet that Earth has been able to evolve. So let's see, these Sowbs, oh, and by the way, they run a lot faster than you think. My best rate for manganese oxidation was running 35 gallons a minute. It was pulling, was about a 14 to a 5 milligrams per liter of manganese, and that works out to almost 200,000 liters of water a day. So under aerobic conditions, you can run it a lot faster because you've got lots of surface area and you're maximizing that. So you don't have to rely on plants to need space to grow roots, but they've got to spread themselves out. You can really pack that matrix in there. So you get way more, essentially a spider web or a net of material that is also growing all that biofilm throughout the entire reactor. So your biomass to volume is way higher, meaning you can run it a hell of a lot faster. I've had systems that run anything up to 100 gallons a minute. Those units right there are good for 100 gallons a minute. The wastewater reactor we're getting ready to build for Arcology X in Montana. Now it's recirculating that system. So what you flush and what you shower off goes through that system, and then that's what will be released. But the internal recirculation rate could be up to a couple 100 gallons a minute. That's probably not necessary, and you'd probably be wasting electricity. It doesn't have to go that fast, but it could for larger or small municipalities where you're dealing with dozens or hundreds of people. So this would be a proven system that's scaled larger. I've been building these things and screwing them up, failing faster for 14, 15 years now. So we're I found the mistakes by stumbling over them in the dark. Let's just put it that way. But you grow and you build new systems. Okay. I won't get into this one too much, but this is from the publication just recently of, this is more mind drainage. So but to know that if anybody wants it, it's there. What I did want to get to though is this, and I apologize. But I would like to point out that if you look in the middle there, so if you're thinking that all the blue boxes there, that's your redox steps. So 3A and 3B, that's Pat's system. That's every system that I've just showed you that I've built so far. And then it goes down through the different redox steps. Essentially, so here we go. 3A and 3B are aerobic, iron oxidation, and in lunar or Martian regolith, this is based off of my drainage treatment, that if the microbes are available and you, after doing some basic comminution and 1A, B, and C, you do the perchlorate leaching. So after you break everything down, you just use fresh water, leach off all the salts. Everything that is soluble, pull it off right then and there. That'll get then ran on in this system, and I know it looks a lot, but after doing that leaching, just as mentioned in Pat's talk a few moments ago, get all the salts off. Anything that is hygroscopic or miscible, I think is another term for it. After you've leached all the salts, what do you have left? You're going to have calcium, silicon, iron, manganese, depending on where you are, sulfur, in the elemental form potentially. But the idea is that with a self-organizing system, once you know what the redox steps are, it can be kind of anything. It can be heterogeneous. You're looking at everything combined. Now, microbes, just like plants, also have, they call it the Redfield ratio, I'm pretty sure, in oceanography. You still need nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus for fueling and allowing for the micronutrients of these different kinds of biofilm. Where's that stuff coming from? Poo. Simple. So 4A, 4B, 4C, those are your habitats. So this is pretty much an entire cycling system. Oh, by the way, 4D and 4E is like warehousing and manufacturing. But 4A, 4B, 4C habitats and your photic reactor systems. So this is in general just the flux of how you run all of the different elemental systems as predicated by where everything comes out in the reactors. So it's essentially a biological distillation system that allows you to bring in more regolith, add the poo back to it, cycle everything, but you're not losing anything because you can also draw off say hydrogen sulfide, which you can turn into sulfuric acid. So it gives you the ability to be able to pull off gases as well. So generally salts will travel directly through a wetland. You'll precipitate all your metals and metalloids, and anything that can volatilize as gases can be captured and then bubbled through distilled water. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so this is a system I built in Kennett Square for wastewater treatment. We were able to degrade CBOD, actually captured iron and manganese. We weren't expecting that one either. Total suspended solids and fecal coliforms. And for wastewater, those are the biggies. Didn't get a lot of data, unfortunately, because they also had a lot of oil and grease in that system, which was plugging everything up and making it look like a candle on the inside, you know, hoops. But you still get the basic idea where you can run everything through a system sequentially. Just this was running about 40 gallons a minute, and then just flush out the excess material, in this case like little chunks of mushrooms and the like, directly into the flush bags. So that allows you to keep the system running, and it's just flushing.
You have 5 minutes, Colin.
5 minutes, 10-4. Hey, thank you. Okay, so a couple other reactors here. Wastewater treatment once again, moving forward. But I just told you that stuff on the last slide. This manganese oxide that I grew from one of our mine drainage systems. Like I said, manganese is kind of one of my things. And this was either hexavalent or triclinic bernicite, and it's grown from solution. It was 85% pure. We get most of our manganese oxides from China. It's about 60%, and this was free after you put it in the system. If anything, that's potential return on investments. And I'm not going to go too much more into that one. Oh, great. Okay, so special thank you to everybody in Arcology X. Stuart, Frank, Breyer, Dan, Parsons, Pete, the Mars Society, of course, to Pat Grove for finding me here last year and introducing me to a whole new world of people doing the same kind of thing, because before that, I was sort of by myself. And also thanks to Ben Franklin Tech Partners, Penn State University, Smithsonian Institute of Geosciences, SAPD and C, Ukraine's Yuzhnoye, which is their version of NASA. I've been working with some of NASA's working groups, not with NASA directly, just their working groups. The Moon Society, Moon Village Society, Space Development Network, and there's phone number and email. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing. Okay. I guess I got 4 minutes for questions.
Questions? Patrick. Hey, Colin. Great talk as always. Thanks for the shout outs. I was going to ask, we see you've got this manganese oxide, or for lack of a better term there. Do you get similar, or could you optimize your systems to get similar products like iron oxide deposits?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so with a study, and also it's at low pH. So you can get schwertmanite, goethite, and jarosite at 2.8 pH, and it's using iron, Fe2 as the energy source, CO2 as a carbon source, and then the oxygen then as your terminal electron acceptor. And then that actually goes back to that one slide I kind of glossed over there because for time, but yes, you can get elemental selenium. You can get elemental sulfur. So it just depends on what ORP you're choosing for and the residence time within the overall reactors. And it should be said that the less efficient the metabolic couplet is, the larger or the more residence time you'll need in that section of reactors to allow for the same flow through of the system. So it's really fast for the aerobic, and it's all kinds of slow for the anaerobic at the back end. So you have to devote more volume to the back end. But that said, you can still run it straight through the at the same flow rate, 40 gallons a minute out, 40 in, 40 out, at just different residence times throughout the process, and then precipitating, as you'd asked, iron. It's the nitrogen capture, and last year I did, or 2 years ago, I did nitrogen as my talk. That's obviously the big one, because if we can lock that one down, that affects us here on Earth. So that's there are a lot of lines of research there. Thank you, Pat. Yeah, great question.
Other questions? Anyone?
Hi, Colin. Lawrence Warnock. My question is, do you have any economic partners or economically viable things like manganese oxide? You mentioned that as a possible thing that could support further research and stuff like that. You've got everything broken down, segmented. Are there any other products or byproducts from your system that could be used for, just making money?
Yeah, rare earth elements. They're least soluble at about a 6.5, same thing as manganese oxide. So they'll precipitate, they co-precipitate. It's usually a adsorption to the CEC of the manganese oxides. If you look up, and most importantly, that your pay dirt is better because you remove the iron and the aluminum already. So you're getting right down to your pay dirt much faster. There are organizations like West Virginia University, who I'm not affiliated with, but we talk, share research a little bit. They're really looking into that. Department of Energy is huge into it. But you can't eat rare earths, but it's something that is the pay dirt, so to speak. So yeah, that's one of the biggies.
Okay. I think we're going to thank you so much, Colin. Excellent talk. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, thank you. And that looks like my time. So if anybody else has questions, actually ask Frida or ask Pat. If you can't get to me, they also have some of this background information. So it's you have some of the resources you need right then and there. And if we can, maybe we'll do something for MDRS and or Flashline. And we're going to build the first one here in about a couple weeks. So that may inform the costs, and it's not that expensive.
So I'm going to introduce you to Kay Radzik, who is our MDRS refit director. And so we can put this on the list for either the spring next year, or if we can get it going, maybe even this October, get something going. So
sure, yeah. As long as talk to Pat and Frida. I'd like them to be my co-cos on that one. Let's go ahead and farm out some of the intelligence also in the room there. But yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we're going to be building the first one of the larger, more efficient reactors here in just a couple weeks. So I'll have pictures for you.
Awesome. Great to see you, Colin. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks all. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, Chris Janet, are you here? Chris Janet? Yeah, I think we made a little snafu with him. We put him on Sunday, and I think we may have left him in this slot as well. Let's see. Bishop Heiser was just here. I was going to maybe ask him to do something. Well, not really sure. We got the live stream going. How many people are on the live stream right now? Let me check. I hate to have this be dead end for half an hour. I guess I could do a little song and dance up here. Yeah, there's like 30 people on the live stream. How are you guys enjoying the conference so far? Good? It's we've been trying to get it to come to Seattle for many, many years, and we finally were able to do that, and this is my hometown. There's a lot going on in Seattle for space. You've heard today from two space startups here, Lunasonde and Gravitics, but there's many more. This is kind of like a little tech ecosystem for space. And so it's exciting to be here. It's exciting for the Mars Society to be here, and I hope it's the first year of many. So I think with that, we'll just go ahead and take a quick break unless anyone here has any questions for me. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we'll reconvene in about 25 minutes or so. Hopefully Seattle again. My vote is either here or Bellevue College. Yeah, Bellevue College would be, I think, a fantastic venue for us. So, all right, guys. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. And yes, by the way, Robert is upstairs on the 3rd floor lobby. He'd love to see anybody right now.
Yeah, we can still check in. We shouldn't just be right outside here. We'll meet you out in the lobby.
Interesting to you. Right.
They made it to the top 5. I recommend it to the top 3. But 4 that also came to mind. They decided to
There it is.
I don't think it's kind of complicated, but it comes to
That's the thing, I don't think that it lost. The technology.
and it's probably not the first thing that the internet, cell phones, and then the power companies get power suits. And that's kind of that's which sometimes hard moving on its lines, you know. But they're all related. The power companies that are hardware making so.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It's all linked. So that's a pretty. There's no other. Texas. The internet, they can see what they have the hot wires and that's whatever. It's essential. They say that any of them, they do that, they do order it. But you got 700 amps. You're trying to get it. I haven't found that very much. Other than that, well, they need to plan I get the option of going to well, and that I got the light there. I was like within half a block. They have a fence. And they do it. There was one person. What would you remember? Yeah. Actually, the library of there. Get on the bus. Okay. But that's fairly the sizes of that. Just so that means yeah. Here it's like to get it up to two. I get the second because it's basically
is that about the stadium one? No, there's watching. And then there's the one that's kind of closer. Okay. Yeah, well, people on the high for. But you get off of that. I'm watching here, well, not it's shorter break. So, hey, cool, thing here, and it's just for that baby all over the place. And watch me get for her lap. When I get over the, you know, all I have to do is go on the other side of the. Yeah, I did that. Yeah. Let's take a look at it. I've got, I was like, oh, if you got to look at 3 or 4 months, but the only thing you're looking at is like forgetting that. Sort of sucks because I could have walked with a block. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. If you're going along the bus, look at actually it's easier. I have to like but my little was I could have told yeah, and also you get the money. Yeah, I mean, usually our stuff at least. Yeah. I think I get back up. That's a very good 5 minutes. I get all of it. I think that the is yes. All right, I didn't have to. Yeah. I know. So far, I haven't. Sorry for saying. What's your next?
I cannot. It's like a. Oh, no. I'm just based on this, yes.
I cannot read it. Deciphering.
So I said 12 and 13. Yes. Okay. Keep tapping. So mix 12 has everything going into it, right? Yes, everything's going into it. Yeah. And let's quickly check mix 13.
11?
12 and 13?
12 and 13.
Okay, 12. And then let's just do 13 as well, just in case. Yeah. Why are those coming out of our names? We should be going to.
Uh-oh.
Why is that going to the names at all? Okay.
Wait.
The output port, Dante 12, mix 12. What else is being fed by mix 12? Because mix 12 seems to be going somewhere. We're searching for mix 12. Oh, mix 12. It's just slot. What slot? I found it. That's this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
it's
guess
a reverb. It's a reverb.
Ah, it's on
That's why. That's why. It's on the effect track. It's a reverb. Okay,
Awesome.
so you can just unput it. Okay, just
no reverb.
no. We have other places we can get reverb. Like 15 is a reverb. So if you want reverb, you can have reverb. Okay, now let's try. That's fine. Okay, so if I do this,
Maybe just that was something.
I think it was from the reverb. I think the reverb just turned it so loud that it started.
No reverb would do that.
Well, because there's drive signal mixed in. No, this was actually a different reverb. And it's just that I was patching something. What I thought was, it's just that I thought it was patching something into the assisted listening system. And before it was going to the assisted listening system, it was going to the reverb. And so everything going into the assisted listening system was going to be like cavernous.
Scatterwation.
Yeah, some reverb. Not my best work, but now we know. Not my best work. Very cool. I was about to eat lunch. I didn't want to cake for lunch. It's not that I didn't want nice cake. It's not that I didn't appreciate the offer. I appreciate the offer. I just wanted.
And Alex. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the term spoil your appetite? I didn't want to spoil my appetite. Appreciated the offer of food too.
Yeah.
You gave it all away?
Well,
damn.
it's a pretty good cake. I have a whole.
Are you kidding? When you went to a wedding?
Oh, I gave it my friend birthday. It's like the test run cake.
Oh,
awesome.
But this is delicious.
So what you're telling me is I declined gross throwaway cake, and you're mad about it?
It's a gesture that matters.
Something like that.
Oh, it's frosting.
Oh, I do like cream stuff.
Damn. Cheese frosting sounds.
Cream frosting is good.
I prefer cheesecake.
But I think that will make it better. Right. You can check one more thing if you want to come with me to the sound. Sure. Stop styling again. I might need to save that as a preset. I wonder if that will be undone the next time.
Now,
if
if
you
you like
like
load
the ballroom preset, it might undo it. Which is fine. I mean, the end of the world. I want the problem is because I don't have a hearing aid. I don't have a way of like confirming if I made things better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unless we get that feedback.
Yeah. Oh, can you pull this video up? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's this thing. This locks and unlocks the things from being able to control that. That's all this.
Oh, that's what it does. Ah.
Okay.
Cool.
So I believe this is this is the so the so it's that. Then you could say, okay, I'm try that. It's just so then have this. I just do that. That's so there will only be 3 decibels of difference. The 3 decibels of difference is a benefit. But actually, for the next scale, 3 decibels is just a minute. It's how much more. Every time you add 3 decibels, it actually does that. So 8 decibels is twice as bad as 9 decibels. That's how but it's adjusted this. It doesn't matter. That's for that. Okay, so those are the nice evidence. That's the Absolutely. The matter of fact, it's because that reason I have a different inventory than that at the same time. They're not into the kind of fun. That's part of that.
as part of that, it's October next year. So they're going to turn the plan, but yeah, thank you. Yeah. Really non-profit. Okay. So, that's fantastic. I'm really glad to meet you. I'd like to talk with Senator Pat. Yeah, this thing for the net, just different events within patches. Yeah, this kind of everybody stuff. And so this would be there to ask the interns and folks that that. And that's yes, I was going to talk and say that. Yeah, so that's. So much. Okay, so I just need to. Yeah, I got my text today. That's awesome. That's that. Yeah. That's 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 definitely. Your slides and you can start. That's that. Yeah, that's people that present for the community and sharing that handles that thing. So that is the position system for long duration space missions. It's good that society that to Mr. Eqbal. Thank you. Hello, your society. Great to be here and thanks for having me. Story. As far back as I remember, but I mean, so that I have history engineer. What we do as industrial engineers is basically using the manufacturing processes, the number of stations, the maybe bit of the dynamics of that nature. And rather than I completed a master's degree in systems engineering, that's a new field that I picked. I was fascinated with the impact that manufacturers basically the role that they play in terms of success versus failure of the system. Humans cognitive shortcomings, physiological and psychological stressors, and all the ways that the centric system can vice versa fulfill, make me really think of achievement purpose area instead of just as said that story, it is fortunate enough I would consider myself fortunate enough to be considered as part of the fight for this for the NASA Human Exploration Research Lab alongside Sergi. I did not make it to that last round of relevance because I don't think it has to be the as gladly. But I think that would sure. But this he's the director of yes. But yes, the location here, the yeah. So that kind of again, Professor view some of the discussions that was coming up last year. How much of those visions necessarily are they? Are we still, taking a lot of results out of them? To this, at what point do we stop? At what point do we have to behave? It's a level of risk and pull the trigger and build the numbers. I will totally make sure the priorities are right, that as the media aspect. And I don't have control for every aspect, but the idea of this the integrated wellness performance optimization system comes from the fact that physiological, psychological stressors that we have to address all those in terms of some that I would correlate on wellness
standardized MS metrics, SWMs, and we put together a system. In this case, it's systems engineering management. That would utilize that to optimize the different aspects in which astronauts will behave in a long duration space mission. How do we optimize those little nuances? How do we fine tune those aspects so that we can maximize the chance of mission success? How do we basically use leverage continuous data analysis and real-time data analysis and machine learning, as well as the alarm system, as well as mission control and support to, again, optimize those aspects together. So that is the idea behind putting together this systems engineering plan. So that you said the three objectives as developing a strategic health monitoring system using various metrics as a product of SWMs. This similar to KPIs in the industry. Implement interactive tools for mental health and social connectivity, which is important, especially in particular when it comes to long duration space missions. We created a robust robotics platform to deliver personalized health interventions. So that it will be automated, some of it would still be tailored coming from the mission controllers. The first step in this is my first systems engineering plan. Let me get into that first. I love it, but actually that a little bit that's at that. Step into creating the systems engineering plan is to build a WBS where the work breakdown structure. It's need to build a modular and process-based WBS to basically embrace the idea of an agile methodology of scheduling later on. Basically, the graphs that you will see here, the graphs that you will see, this is both processes and deliverables. So instead of basic intangible processes, instead of deliverables, still intangible because I'm focusing on the software. The session. So basically, yes. So as a result, everything we have every layer is sequence. So that I need to go from A to Z and to deliver this. So yeah, that being said, this is how I have broken down the WBS. First layer, project management. Project management, of course, left different steps. Project planning, stakeholders management, risk management, schedule management, budget management, and credit assurance. Really, there is one of them, but in the next two, I have requirement analysis, and the most important pieces of that is defining staffing requirements and the requirements validation. But everything's requirements that have budgets reservation. System design, we have architectural design, user interface or UI design, and software system design. When it comes to software development, the system development per module, which would itself break down to sensor integration, health monitoring module, Gravitics engine, and intervention module. As well as user interface implementation, which would definitely testing and validation, we have unit testing and system testing. That's another lesson going on. And then we have deployment phase, operational and maintenance, and push necessary for the earlier project close out. And that we can see a time for the current person, which would have the key reporting and lessons that. So this this is the foundation of that. All right, next step is requirements definition. The subsequent together in the list of requirements. In this case, I have broken down to 6 main categories. System users, this is the general users of the system. astronauts' health data, health interventions, medical officers' requirements, and mission controller requirements, and health data management and security, which is premise at the end. So I'm going through some details for each of them. This one, I mean, the requirements are basically this is the as good as the requirements are. So in system users, we have, I have started with user for the next part, the current requirements. But basically it goes over some of the requirements that we have for each user. Another example would be purpose chat supports users, astronaut, medical officer, and mission controller. Each of them will need to have their own accessibility, be able to modify their own dashboard, and features like that are listed here. Which is astronauts' health data, health data analysis and reporting. My favorite is the focus here. Those are the those categories that you see here. Psychological, basically, if you want to address the health data, mainly speaking, 4 categories are at focus: psychological stressors, sleep disturbances, physiological stressors, and human factors. So, in order to address those, to the next page further. I consider the most creative part of this system engineering kit. To ensure define the standardized wellness metrics that we have strategically chosen in order to optimize our performance and the chances of mission success, basically. But to address psychological stresses, we're picking up any range of 3 different metrics. The heart variability, which is basically kind of basic in the industry, heart variability, it's great, it's non-invasive, that's good, but one of the limitations is that it's a collective society, just says issues in the field. But with regards to variability, it shows a good thing. The is the less stress for that, and the less variability is the less stress. That's an indication of the stress level that is typically used in health issue. But the problem is that you compare it to your baseline. So if your baseline has been impacted by an experience or something going through the last 6 months, your baseline is not being taken into account, which is why we have the salivary cortisol level, which is somewhat kind of nevertheless, both together can, as well as the third, which is more subjective method of analysis, not available with that. Both together can basically proactively detect the abnormal level of stress and reactions. Similar thing goes to disturbances, physiological stresses. So the fantasy here has been to choose methods that are preferably invasive and the accuracy possible and also easy to use. So that would fit requirements. So here we have specifications. For example, that I have here, shall calculate the circadian rhythm disturbance index by identifying and learning significant disruption. So this allows to transport the mission controller as well as the crew sets. So yeah, I'll move a bit faster here. I have 4 categories which is interactive health interventions. For example, will be a share support active sessions with earth-based medical professionals. And even the health guidance is current health data. Those requirements listed against are the basic the past. Medical officer requirements that will provide support for earth-based setting. Mission controller requirements for themselves. Then health data management and security. That's some of the main ones with the sham encryption and with HIPAA and GDPR, which is basically equivalent of HIPAA in Europe because we're going to have a mixed group of different nationalities and backgrounds, which would pose its own cultural challenges to which would address the impact of the next dimension that we need in our systems engineering plan would be discipline engineering specialties and key knowledge areas to be specified. Really requirements. This is hand in hand with the resources that we needed on for which there's also another resource table. But key is to just keep the so that and that to expect. This management is another very again there is a Lennox similarity between systems engineering platform and project management, but that interdisciplinariness and the expectation of case of knowledge is that has made system engineering interesting to me. Risk management strategy had to be structured, proactive, and traceable. So what we did is basically created a comprehensive risk management tracker. But it looks like, in summary, because we're dealing with so many different diverse stakeholders, some of them being in the field, but astronauts, and feedback as available. So it's very important to be able to kind of upload that flexibility. This is that is very proactive. It goes into details. It's quantified. We have probability of that item happening as objective. Nevertheless, it's as objective with the quantified as possible. So we have the probability of them happening, as well as the impact, the severity of that impact. And less than industry standard. In the meantime, the last basically have they have maybe more characteristics can be added here. Things like how variable those items are. Just because they have a high probability and just because they have a high impact doesn't mean that it's to overlap the avoidability or preventability. As well as cost. This is very important at the end of the day. We're building here. So this one basically the status that is to be added to. Nevertheless, we have them identified here. We have them quantified, so we know how to prioritize them. We know who the owners, we designate owners. This gives a lot of traceability back to this in terms of for this to be similar to we had before with FMEA or PFMEA process filling analysis, which proactive, which has the risk with the package system. Stakeholder analysis. We need to know what they're dealing with and what stakeholders bring to the table and basically even quantify their importance and influence. Importance, the impact that they will have on the project, influence the impact that the project will pose to them. So even to keep that in mind when we're trying to traceability analysis and requirement change. So yeah, the list goes on, and here I have a look at the team, who's definitely more. Studies research track. Every one of us who have been in industry management, then resources. Basically, research can make a project, research can be a bottleneck to have a project proceed. So it doesn't matter if you perfect that resources. So having the knowledge of that, and here we also have importance of the abilities because there's a test. So we have responsibility matrix. On the left, we have the main task categories. There's definitely that. I try to summarize it. And here on top, we have the main stakeholders that will be in the field. Categorize the relation between each of them and that those tasks. The responsible, which executes the task. The counterpart, which will actively sign off the task. Consultative, they basically offer input and their expertise and inform that basically just need to be kept on the specificities of the project. Communication plan. That communication plan. We have a lot of stakeholders. It's not even how do we make sure to run the communications down. And kind of similar strategy in here. We just try to be comprehensive. We try to have an optimal communication matrix that is effective, hopefully systematic and inclusive. Why? Because it has basically it is clusters. It's human centric, at its heart is human, and humans value to failure. It's safety critical because the consequences could be catastrophic. And it's multidisciplinary, but in terms of the development as well as its life cycle, basically. The communication plan is on the left, we have stakeholders. We categorize the type of communications, the type of communication which is necessary. We propose methods that not fix the subject, but encourage to adapt and change. This goes, we have astronauts, and the first communication category is system updates. This is the information that goes from system to astronauts. The methods are interactive sessions, webinars, emails, as of now as needed, and then we have feedback collection. Astronauts can provide to the system as a stakeholder. That would happen to surveys and events. And then these are suggestions in order to basically tailor to the best needs firms as stakeholders and system assets. With the budget, it's a very important. The cost is estimated to the need that with a lot of going back and forth to so many people. And this is set for the hardware to the side. Depending on the relations or strengths or some other factors. Nevertheless, this is the best scenario. Basically, an agile inference and iterative approach has been adopted so that the changes in the way and be flexible with it. Also, a budget of 10 to 15% has actually been included to set for certain opportunities that can rise and will rise on the budget to be able to embrace those as well. This is a breakdown of not relevant. We have the project management on top, 7% to the budget. It's a better amount, so that 5% has come from that. That's it for that in the requirement. And this is a note to the language that the same that so yeah, 5.3% for requirement analysis, 7.5% for system design, and the biggest one of the rest of the 48%. We have testing and validation with 10%, and 11%, and operation and maintenance with 10%, and project was at 5.9%, which was mainly the payment. The total 133,000 $20,000. Federal response the project will be good as system engineering program, as well as good as the special parent. And here we also, of course, everything led to complete agile project management style and stuff like this. So it's flexible and adaptable. It's iterative, sprint-based. That's what we want, based on the feedback mechanism that we're counting on. Continuous stakeholder engagement is another characteristic. And risk management, of course, we had a very comprehensive risk management strategy. So we're looking to be able to put those to some use and capture them. So that's as it is. As I have it, I have designated strengths I need to analysis, system design, system development, and testing and validation. So they will repeat themselves at another 2 weeks. So the green part is the long strings that will repeat itself. And these quantities are these. So that's how we get out. The quantity of the strings is subject to change depending on this, but we're saving and observing the width. That's the future. This is the final piece. That's the future, and this is not basically inevitable to system engineering plans, but I decided to add this. That's the future word. Let's imagine this mental, this match just into that helping how we increase yield rates on the success of space regulation space missions. It's the future. How can it be better? Put some thought into that. Expansion of health metrics. I feel like it's a little bit that they can not only go horizontally but vertically in terms of categories of health, basically health categories in which they're going to be tackling the different directions and regulation and density, of course. And this is the service try to be physiological, for the most part, psychological pattern that we go in every direction. And of course, that metrics around the lab with the sensors. I just says a minute. The integration. What I mean by that is that the modularity of the software design, because if you think about it, this could be used in during the lash, basically in the transition paths or in the final habitat. Basically, a lot of it the system will be applicable to any stage in modulation space mission. So the modularity of how you basically adapt to those new logistics and new conditions and new requirements, but that's something important to be taken into account. International collaboration, expanding the scope of the system to collaboration with other international space agencies as well. This could definitely not only benefit, but also benefit mutually the international other space agencies. Regulatory and ethical regulations. As the more complex we get, the more that's personal security will also be, and the more basically hazards or threats will be out there. So we need to basically account for that. As a matter of fact, a little suggestion of establishing broader standards for space health systems similar to this that are usually acceptance. Second to last, enhancement of data analytics and machine learning models. What I mean by that is improving the basically machine learning algorithm in the database to be the more effectively it works, the better it gets over time, the actively we will be able to basically capture issues that might have otherwise taken longer to capture. So there's definitely a reason to improve long-term impact studies. Once we did that, we're going through multiple missions. There's definitely room to study what kind of improvements that have been made to the health of the missions, success of the mission, to the outcome of the mission. That's specific. That's going to drive us to take more strategic decision that everyone. So this is an implementation with this just basically system management and there's that I was here to introduce. Here, this is the way to do this. This is the best way to do it. This is just basically. I'm here to say that if we are as objective as we can be about what we want, and if we are able to look at it from the spirit of minimalism and intentionality, there's a lot of room to push things. And yeah, that's I think very much along with Dr. Zubrin. But that being said, I'm capable of Mars with my better than 100%. Question. The system laptop saw no, this is just the plan. As soon as I expected the availability. It's just a plan. So it's on the vectors. And as of now, this is just the and that is similar. Not necessarily in depth, but that would be the steps to complete. Absolutely. Because it yes. discussing here the systems engineering plan to develop a software. It is software. If that is, so there's a very important software. So the system engineering plan that basically guide us to the process of developing that software. So that's where the agile is. I will not discuss the sensors of the technology, the hardware, the logistics. This was basically what it would take to develop the software. A lot of time. I decided to focus on the software aspect. But so yeah, that's where the concept of agile. So it's overall simulations. This is hard, but just like start off with the software development approach. That software, okay, I say that. But actually, but systems that's integrated. Would be system based. So happens different scenarios because the scenarios has specific cases and has this manager plays that scenarios changes what's the decision situation boundaries diverse and fundamental level. The main idea that's the main concept of this project or system here, there's three thumbs up. And there's the idea of it started from the outcomes and then the fact that this physiological is part circulating with them how the blood circulation mechanism, how your circulation can in fact impact the fulfillment of your decisions or the outcome of the mission. So the idea was to see what leads to those failures and what metrics are in place that prevent those psychological or decision-making based outcomes. So not only strategic, but not only want to eliminate basically the form system around that concept. Where we would optimize the resources inputs in regards to how much we have had it in terms of to systems performance. Can we have to does it? That's what we have cash. So the training you're looking and then in the traffic because I have this for that. Because I we've had that investigation. This is for me to visualize this. I certainly can't visualize it in 40 million. That just really bad too is that other than 30% I feel really for better reasons that from to track that. Because of what I did with the regulations and the designed as a safety system. And this is how to at some point. So if you want to do like a minimum bad that to find it better, if you have a heap of stuff, I'll put it back in the system and it's got it in the next 6 months. And that's a path for me. That's what we can test it into us. And any other and generated data from the field from different people and different strenuous activities. Confused. I think you said I joined a little bit late, so I this, but I'm just curious how you select for like psychological risk factors. In other words, how is that psychological well-being or decision-making the ability and something measured and interpreted? And this is more of the system design thing, but for example, how would the system be designed to measure those sorts of inputs? If had mental health parameters, would the system be using like some specific, because every human is different and makes decisions differently. So I'm just curious how, like, from a systems engineering perspective, you would standardize the interpretation of this and this. If that makes sense. Here we have psychological stressors, we look for the value of that because we know that it impacts the outcome. But we have sleep disturbances. So we look for this to find out with that, monitoring that. This was that. We also had the human factors aspect. There were methods of evaluating that. There were metrics introduced to quantify like those to monitor them, to fit them into the system, in order to come up with those auto-generated business machine learning interventions that are going to be real time. Because the regular sessions were the interventions that come from the mission control end to be able to again play that preventative role in terms of the catastrophe or to make a long decision that does that. Yeah. And then schedule. Okay. And then schedule the for 7 years. The steering committee of the next 7 and the just happy with the organization, those other and so forth and to say. Yeah, thank you very much. Pleasures. Eventually, I'm a citizen of a new ranch. They quotation from one of my favorites, who does a theologian, and he signed on the interviewing couple of Galileo. So the period for the five families, some spiritual bodies. I shall do it for the moon, you Galileo, for Jupiter. In a discussion of the value of man's exploration sentiments, and this is precisely because the very divergent ideas which exist as to how such a valuation might be accomplished should be stated at the outset. It is not concerned and represented to seek after an economic answer which is sufficient to answer this question. The debate over the economics of space exploration has been on for 7 generations, and when they expect that not much will come from the discussion of the conclusion to them soon. Society, we think a point is made concerning the motivation for setting a new world. As we declared back in 1998, And so, for humanity, another passengers. By bringing life to Mars and life to Earth. He said, we shall make a profound statement as the precious earth and the human race live in this. Good. This is for me perhaps the most fascinating statement of the entire declaration. In the dreadful ideology of the human synthesizers, these were not suggesting that kind of alien as the slight action of chemistry. That is somewhat of an embarrassing accident of chemistry, since it is giving rise to that kinds of questions which make man and man the case of such anti-human ideology, I think the creation, but in fact, the only creatures of Earth with the ability to conceive an application. And specify the habits, the precious Earth. Most, in century, the greatest slaughter in human history. Those who actively engage in system games which try to obscure that fact, by all means, looking for the part of these. To accept the slay God is simply slaying humans by the millions. That's still referred to as the pure statistics. Nothing is right, we should affirm that every human life is precious, whether it's a mistake, an accident, whether as a species or as individuals. The way to finish death and suffering is a desperate need to affirm the value and importance of life. I think in astronomy, Hans Kepler wrote in in 1611, he was really from the vantage point of the moon. Scientifically, to put himself and his imagination outside of Earth. At the same time, to imagine that life would look like in the context of the worlds. Philosophers to speculate about solar beings, etc. We come to the understanding that life should reflect its environment, and as much as we could know of the character of the world, we expect life to look at the planets. That is his understanding as a theologian and as a scientist led him to conclude. There's such considerations of the value and virtue of seeking life elsewhere. In 1638, with the John Watkins, the seven frontier space, that's the fashion, the great experience of the terrestrial globe. There's the in the moon that in fact, maybe the size of the galaxy on the Earth, and I thought they could not just conceive as with them. And seven that a group in Glad Sea was found that the invention of ships, notwithstanding and venture, they're being fused to put themselves in imagination. Yet that is the thing this is. It's an kind of nature. There may be some other means and benefit advanced learning. We can see that space to the air. But the question, there will be some men who just venture this as bad as it is. Now, any great tremendous tentative is dead, and ridiculous. Invented convenience to the air. But the time, despite the fact of the trends, and as we hear influence many things which our ancestors really condemned, suddenly the first understanding that which we now desire, but cannot have. Such are Dickens. Dickens was not speculating his disability to England until his death in 1672. And so distinguished himself as a founder and as the first secretary of society. Dickens recognized that an endeavor such as spaceflight would require a spirit of boldness, typified in his words in the persons of Francis Drake and Christopher Kambiz, and the new technological promise of the mythical Eqbal. Such a manifest characteristic. In the 3rd centuries later, we are now allowed study. Studying this is manifest in the fact that today, the virtue Wilkins identified that explorers has never been manifest in sufficient quantity for capacity. Exploration to become manifest in act. Bassett has hosted a conference on interstellar migration. Seems that it's doing the work of migration and human experience. Because they do with demonstrates the improvement of coordinated research and sound effect. First, there's the topic organization experience across cultural perspective. His analysis of 13 post-migration communities was particularly interesting because it's not limited to experiences in many range of methods. In terms of culture, story, and challenges. In this analysis, Person identified 4 groups of core variables related to migration: destination, environment, structure, process, and culture. These factors first observed that these variables factors to the nature of the basic culture, consisting of strength, the movement's orientation toward change and individuality, intensity thereof. Sometimes that issues may have no effect on the resulting success of the new settlement. Variables ranging from this review that can be controlled to some extent before migration, and that there as ultimate outcome of the intermediate factors of group cohesiveness and degree of individualism. Know that everything we need to for successful migration depends upon a strong group orientation. Understood. First observation then is that the issue of opening the frontier is not primarily with technology, it's culture. In fact, technology was discussed in terms of the effect and the future of culture, which environmental challenges would force on sediment populations. The solution has not been found. That is. The which concerns us, and which presently delays the expansion of the solar system, is not something as easily solved as technological developments. These culture. And this is found difficult to address. There's a problem to having a legislation. Is that some problem in which are the 18 years and data rates? Therefore, try to address the issue in terms of nature. This term is perhaps not problematic because the generation of language has debased the term in the usage of much of the English word to the discussion of humanity. This is not the concern and the consideration in this presentation. Rather, we are using the term according to the Greek and Latin words from which the concept is derived. Okay, we term excellence and weakness to accomplish. In this proper sense, the virtues are those virtual powers which accomplish that which is good. Additionally, the West has spoken in terms of 4 cardinal virtues: of temperance, prudence, fortitude, and justice. The pragmatic matter before these terms is made worse by the misuse of several of these terms in modern English. Definitions will suffice for the purposes of this presentation. Temperance refers to moderation and restraints. This is the wisdom to do ethical judgments. She comprehends both physical and moral courage, and best the ability to withstand danger, fear, pain, intimidation, or the temptation of despair. Justice is a virtue by which just right is rendered to the individual and to the community. And at least the 3rd century BC, there has been a fundamental civilization between competing systems which, for purposes of the presentation, set forth in terms of Platonism and Stoicism. In these terms, Platonism maintains that the good, the virtuous, brings the greatest happiness. As Stoicism maintains that one should be indifferent to pain or pleasure, this is a moral standard outside of and superior to man. Stoic, the pursuit of truth is a feminine approach to man. This is right. The pursuit after truth and its other pursuits are peculiar to man, and so we have nature from the demands of business care and embassy to heal, to aim, to be new. And we'll still desire to know the secrets of innovative creation as indispensable to a happy life. in fact, points to be concerned with virtue, even in the conventional sense of the term. It's not clear the Stoics concerned for the truth. The community. In personal pleasure and the avoidance of pain forms a standard of life. Most motivation for avoiding injustice is the fear of punishment, the pursuit of virtue and truth for their own sake. Epicurean concede is an quote, just life is not free from disturbance, the unjust life is free of previous disturbance. That's from Epicurus' Principle of Actions. Again, the quote from that says, injustice is not a bad thing in its own right, is the fear produced by the suspicion that will not escape the notice of those assigned to punish such actions. It's such a statement of imposed justice and injustice. That is the fit of the community of those of the most spirit mind. Actually sees therefore characterizing Epicurean deviance from a ethical standard which leads to a virtuous society. Since for the Epicurean, a standard of action or inaction is not transcendent but evidence is existing only in the mind of the individual. There is no necessity of service but justice, and future generations. In fact, self-sacrifice for the benefit of those embedded in the Epicurean ethic. But the limits of life knows this to provide that which removes the feeling of pain into that and unsake of virtue and pursuit of truth is ultimately for the Epicurean as it is necessary for the takes them. That was very still thinking. That was worth the OTS, speaks directly to the back of the hand. And so, if anyone says that the best life is ever is to still have a sea and then add that as that sit and see the ship that's coming hands. And some that's quick to hands in adverse directions. This man, that the lad's navigation gives me down to my ship. It's still possessed, but then you leave, there's no advantage to it. Navigate ships in the first place, and this is pleasure is assured and the safety secured. As it finished in the midst of the earth, the sacrifice would establish the patrimony. As then founded the planet. Epicureans will spend billions to secure their luxuries, but never reach beyond this limit, for the aliens perceive a safer path of the earth. Sacrificing one day for the life, and sake of future generations is madness to the Epicurean. President is the best virtue instead. These freezing justice and temperance, though despised by the Epicurean, are necessary for the opening frontier. So that the willingness to sacrifice when conflict and sake of virtue is despised. Consider in brief then some of the implications of the four-part narration, like prudence, fortitude, justice, temperance, in the context of establishing and sustaining civilization. It's important to understand the meaning of the terms so that you comprehend the character of the virtue. Means wisdom is raised as two forms of cognizations. To a certain extent, every virtue depends on prudence. Therefore, Cicero observes that now the third divisions which we have made of the essential idea of moral goodness, the truth touches human nature most closely. As it grows to show their own value counted just and rare to find value. That is the truth. To be and to let us go. Its pursuit, which is both natural and moral right, so we must not treat the unknown as known, to what they accept it. It uses the religious error as error should do, and pay attention to the evidence. The other error As it seems that the teach industry and TV still the matters that are obscure and difficult and useless as well. So this is that is. As we in Sam's of Solomon, the man who finds wisdom, the man who gains understanding. Caesar bearing the prophets of silver that gain them from good. For their precious and rubies and all the things that they desire to be compared with them. These things is in the right hand, the left hand which is in heaven. These are ways of pleasantness and the paths of peace. The true of life for those who take hold of them, who retain them. The same that the not their eyes keep sound wisdom and discretion, so as to be led to your soul and grace to your neck. Then you are that safe and good, if it would not stand it. Necessary for motivation for action. Self motivations and demands, rendering a judgment and keeping the rest of the futures. This leads us then to fortitude, which is also known as courage. Wisdom confronts fear, danger, and death. From action. This is society. This needed range gets you in terms of physical courage. It's by no means limited in a fashion. Cicero defines the courageous soul as being, quote, there are two characteristics. These is a resistance toward absolute circumstances. Such a person cherishes the conviction that their goodness and piety deserves to be either admired or wished for soon after. The second characteristic is that one should do deeds not only great and means to be useful, courageous and glorious and fully bring the best of life and the many things that make life worth living. Parents have no place in the system for courage. Since the difference in circumstances is precisely what is needed and new frontier. That refers to wisdom and courage. Cicero observed, so we demand that men who are courageous and assured shall at the same time be good and straightforward, betters of truth, and foes of deception. These qualities are the center and soul of justice. In light of Schwetz's observations that a successful migration depends upon a strong orientation. The importance of justice therefore is crucial. The community must have the assurance that the relatively just treatment of the fellow members of society. It must be concerned with the code of justice for the fellow citizens. This concerns the limitation of appetites according to the range of reason. Cicero placed it in relation to the other virtues, declaring, now we found that the essential activity of the spirit is twofold. Then first is appetite, that's in Greek. And tells a man that this way or that, and that is reason, which teaches and explains what should be done and what should be left undone. The result is that reason commands, appetite obeys. Presently, men are often viewed as good and peace, their self-restraint. Human beings are outside to be defined as consumers. There's no desire in cultural elites to encourage treatments. There's no incentive to do for the even more production near the consumer. Every civilization requires temperance, even as can defend individual whims and appetites. A civilization centered on the cultivation of the virtues, with the attendant pursuit of truth, the self-sacrifice for the sake of that which was good, is a huge experience and flourishes. But the killing pursuit of personal happiness leads to decadence and decline. The facts which you experience gives to which an experience was the testimony. The pursuit of virtue is not perhaps into simply being anti-Equitarian. It does not pursue virtue to avoid that happens, that occurs, and cultivates virtue irrespective of that past. And deserts and such a willingness for such a sacrifice, which provides the entire society. At present, therefore, citizens are really described as consumers. They don't defend their identity as in the context of the traditional states. Tend to seem to have their existence defined by their capacity to consume goods and services. Establishing surrender for free people, which abandons virtue and pursuit of truth. It is 1937 that the evolution of man seriously identified the nature of our dilemma, and I quote this. Such is a tragic end of the situation, we continue to cry enough for the and then possible. That our civilization needs is more granular, more self-sacrifice, or creativity. Instead of gangster simplicity, the organ of demand of function. Remember that trust expecting for them, virtue, and enterprise. And self-define traders in our midst. Castrate the burdens be fruitful. Since the last, aperture and orientation. Dangerous is not transferring out of busy. Actually, the emphasis of conveniences, comforts, indulgences, and service of a desiccated materialism propagated by the affiliate men of whom T.S. Eliot wrote so eloquently. The third, the professor of the civilization as philosophy, which was undertaken by the ancient periods, as a civilization of dead end. The ethical and civic, we shall not see them until we lift our eyes to the pursuit of virtues. There's task, there is no quick fix, and we place no commitments. When I put those commitments, they begin once again to seek things and another virtue, zeal for truth. Near the cinnamon mount, which confronts the top of the virtue. But for instance, you don't worry about your life, you can get a drink, or you have your body. Better than food, more than sex. People saying, the answer which is often given to this question is it's much of the passes that the dispatch, which is obsessed with economic questions concerning the fairness of distribution of wealth, the strength of the economy, the value of markets, and the regulation or deregulation of various industries. It's instrumental. No such thing we can have it. There can be no perceived tariffs and intended in than them. Thank you for this. Thank you for this. The benefit. So that the mic. Back to the community because that's as one who's been responsible in parish ministry for renovation and then from the diocese for several decades. That concern has been the schools are there for and that has led to a lot of time for reflection. That's truly necessary for us beyond just really the physical concerns. In terms of how that interacts with our society, as James observed, I'm trying to remember another society that I've been on that's strong committee, and it's the organization, and then the board of directors after that 10 years. We're longer than that now. Zubrin, the president understands much as we have, and certainly the education of the lab. Our concerns with the work of Marshian center is entirely of that. That defense of it. That look at this. Very interesting portrait, I think, actually speaks of that because sometimes the terms of our motivation and what really compares us as species and that is expressed in poetry that is expressed. Not to say expressions and that is bad. So that's as integrated humans understand both the why and how to live in that. Questions? Has to arise out of these things. And that is the plants. Please. Then I look at the similar missions to assess the foods. There have not been any foods who have specifically been signed to that responsibility. That's the been as a spiritual concern. It's an interesting. Thanks. And I'm surprised if that is the outcome of at least portions of it. I think that Robert did address that in his version earlier today. Is that if you bring to any new thinking, and we're going to see both the best and the worst that man can do to win. That's I am most concerned in all of these kinds of questions in terms of what we become who we are in the midst of good and bad. And that's why for me, ultimately, it's going to be an open question as to whether we ever actually accomplish this. I'm much more concerned with who we become in the attempt to accomplish it. Yeah, but it really is about what this does to us as human beings. And that's good that things. But it doesn't, in a certain sense, matter that it's dead, that it's materially successfully undertaken. It's entirely possible we can have some environmental issue that, of which we are personally not aware of. What matters is what this does to spirits in terms of now that we would become in this undertaking. And I think there's pressures in both directions, both for the good and for the bad. And pleasant thing to do at this point. But I'm going to try to address that respect. And I welcome you to and have that conversation with him. But I would say is that an undertaking civilization is utopian in its outcome. And that human studies can do is mitigate if we might envision a just society, I think that would be vast improvement in the concept of the virtuous society. Just for that. That's not a matter of something to be imposed. It's a matter of something that must be chosen. And thank you.
Corners down there. I just want to right over that street here. All right. Perfect. Should you do that one more time and see how far we get? Just over here and I can pick up the posters at the end. All right, perfect. Thank you. All right. Oh, that sounds otherwise, I can pick this stuff up. Or you can just sit down. I would prefer. Or we can cover that or just pick it up and state it for self-service.
So the plan is here's Colin is going to run it. Aaron, about 520 to do a handoff of a heading. Yeah, and then we're gonna drop Colin off at flexible Kambiz on the way back, or he'll drop himself off, and then you and I will proceed home. I don't think we need to take food with us. I don't even know if the food places are going to be open at this time. But we'll get something when we get home. We have a pizza. I ordered 2 pizzas and we only ate one. He hasn't been right. He's been with Addie all day. Because Addie, her summer camp had a field trip. She couldn't go. Yeah. Elizabeth has to be a picture quickly. Yes. And so she stayed home and it was the Colin and Addie adventure day. So Addie took, or I should say Colin took Addie shopping. And if you have any something special that's any of our that was yeah, that almost so you might want to follow.
Hello, man. So. Hello. Time was the year. Off the house. It's probably up I guess the 430 is pretty sound. Really? I said, like, those things, you know. I was ready to know. So it's 11B. Quantum computers in the future. You'll do stuff. 250. What's the middle? I'm sorry, that's 4 o'clock. That's the one I wanted to see. Okay. Maybe just slide them all. Come feature. Have to go outside for a ride. Okay. I said until we have to go outside for a ride. You'll know.